Hello, everybody, and welcome to Creative Quarantine Springfield. I'm Larry Pancho Brown. This has been a labor of love to pull this project together, but we want to say Happy New Year first to you. This has been a concept that has been going on for possibly 10 or more years. Me and Rosemary, my partner in crime, first started talking about bringing the creative quarantine to Springfield about 10 years ago. I'll tell you a little bit about the original creative quarantine. It was really brought about as a question from two artists. When the question was, it was like, when was the last time you had a chance to create a body of work? And everybody was like, well, probably college. So we had to go way back 20 years till the last time we had a block of time to do a body of work. And so then we conceptualized, what would it be like if we decided to get together and just paint for a month? Can you do 2 weeks? Can you do 3 weeks? So ended up, we said, well, maybe 4 weeks might work. Can we do that? So that was how the idea was birthed. My co-partner is Charles Bibbs. Our very first program was done in 2006. I'm going to save some of that story because he's going to be coming on shortly to give you his assessment of the quarantine and how it was conceptualized. But I want to also take the time to introduce you to who I think is a fantastic partner in crime. This is Rosemary Tracy Woods of Art for the Soul Gallery. She's been a wonderful partner. She's been a wonderful supporter of the arts. I first met her, I can't even tell you how many years ago. I'll let Rosemary tell you how many but we've done maybe 3 or 4 solo projects together. And this is something we've been wanting to do for a long time. So welcome, Rosemary Tracy Woods. Happy New Year to you.
Happy New Year's, Pancho. It is such a delight. Here we are in 2021, putting the past behind us and moving forward. It is such a wonderful time to be doing this project. Who would have ever known that when you and Charles came up with Creative Quarantine, that in some phase of our lives, we would actually be in a quarantine.
Absolutely.
So that in itself tells me it's nothing but the grace of God and moving forward. That is awesome. It is welcoming to be with you. No honor or praise go to me. It goes all to you and the artist. Everyone knows I can't draw a straight line with a ruler, but art saved my life. And I imagine that it saves the lives of many others through performance or the spoken word, just listening to the music and relaxing on a day like today and getting ready for a wonderful 30-day of seeing wonderful artists create.
Well, Rosemary, I want to ask you a couple of questions. Please tell us the origin of Art for the Soul Gallery.
Oh my goodness, Art for the Soul Gallery started in 1999. Prior to that, coming here to Springfield, a friend of mine, Stella Butler, was selling art like people sell Tupperware from house to house. Mm-hmm. And I saw the idea, loved the concept. And because I knew so many artists, I approached artists and say, what would it take if we sold your art? So from that, here we go. And it has been a wonderful, wonderful journey. It's been 21 years. And I don't regret not one day. I've met such wonderful artists, such wonderful people, and I love it.
Well, you said all honor to the artists, but I'm going to tell you, without people with galleries that represent artists and support artists, the partnership would be incomplete. And so, you managed to flourish through a couple of upheavals in the art business because, at one point there was 3,000 galleries across the country in between 1985 and say 1990 that were purchasing African-American art or specializing in African-American art. And so, and of course, most of those companies crashed after 9/11, after the downturn of the economy in 2007 and 8. And how did you manage to make it through each one of those upheavals in the country's climate?
Well, for one, I tell everyone I didn't go into debt to start my gallery. So I had an advantage. I did own the property that my small gallery, which is my favorite, is located here at the old classical high school. So whether I I mean it was just a natural. And then with artists such as yourself, they would always come no matter how much the art sold for. They would humble themselves and come to little old Springfield knowing that they may not do anything in sales. And then the other thing, my passion for artists of color, black artists. And I can't speak about white artists because that's not my forte. So
Mhm.
I've always had a passion to try to do something that would give artists of color, or this new term, BIPOC artists, an opportunity that they didn't ordinarily have. And I
Right.
just learned that from growing up being black.
Well, um, we first started talking about during the quarantine. There was a couple of components, and I'll explain it to the rest of the viewers. The quarantine is composed of three sectors. One is housing, one is gallery space for an exhibition, and one is workspace. And so you can't have a quarantine until you have those three things covered. We have been trying to do this in Springfield for quite a few years, and we've always ran into a snag with scheduling, trying to find partners for housing. But my partner in crime recently applied for a grant, so give them a little bit of details about the TDI grant and how that was able to make this thing possible.
Well, you're absolutely right. It's always been housing because no matter if I got a grant, the housing would eat up the entire grant, trying to find housing for artists. And not only that, being very realistic, trying to find housing for five black artists coming in. You know, if we congregate more than two, it's considered a riot. So we had to think about that. And
Yeah.
from various times, I would get partners that would say, okay, but it would always be the issue of the scheduling or the time. So then I applied for a TDI Catalyst grant, and that's a part of the mass development. And I was really very hesitant because I'm a small gallery, and usually those grants go out to big organizations. But I had Laura Masusa who encouraged me and said, no, give it a shot, give it a shot. So I did. And lo and behold, they gave me a grant. And then I got the okay from Springfield College, which was going to give me housing. Now, I don't mean dorms because we weren't going to be like young kids backpacking and sleeping on dorm floors and so forth. But then the pandemic came. So that was gone. And with your uh, foresight and your technology and your assistance, we were able to go virtual. So through the TDI grant and through a small supportive grant through the Springfield Cultural Council, we were able to pull this off. It has been a challenge switching from in person to virtual. So
Absolutely, absolutely, and that was a real curveball for us. But
yeah,
sometimes when things happen like this, you learn something new. We have done a couple of projects, a lot of artists, and I've been training artists how to sell their work virtually, probably since the beginning of the COVID crisis. And so I naturally, when it was time to consider possibly going virtual, I had a few ideas of how I wanted to do it. And now we are embarking on something that's never been done before. We are trying to broadcast for the entire month. The big switch is that artists would normally be working in one space, and now they're going to be working from their personal spaces. But we are trying to close the technology gap by streaming, Zooming, and whatever we can do to connect, and video to bring people something that they probably would not have been able to see, even if they'd come to the personal quarantine with the artists in one space. So tell me this. what are your expectations of this project?
Success, nothing but success. Because as you say, going virtual, now you know I'm an old bird and I can barely turn the oven on. So when we came into the technology and then switching over, I went from a PC to a Mac. And I don't know, I think it's like my last relationship, it was a love-hate relationship. Because sometimes I hate Mac and sometimes I love Mac.
Yeah,
It is a switch, and it is. I find from music. I speak with people from large museums and who manage huge budgets, and they're having some of the same issues, and
absolutely.
they're beginning to realize that how do small galleries maintain and do what we do with not even a 10 3% of the budget that they have. So it's
Absolutely.
a learning experience. And what are my expectations? Nothing but accuracy and nothing but to be the best because that's what we do.
Well, I want to thank you so much for that input because, a lot of times people don't have any idea what goes into doing projects like this. And I'm sure it's going to be something that's going to be fantastic. Um, Let me ask you this. Along the way, you've tried to do this thing called Black art. In a world where people really act like artists don't exist anyway, let alone Black artists and women artists and brown artists that are of other um, ethnicities. So, what has made you hold steady to stay within the realm of ethnic art?
That's kind of hard to say, but not really. It is who I am. I can't, I love all people. And like most people say, some of my best friends are white, but I can only do what I am familiar with. And I am Black all the way. And to see the injustice that Black artists, BIPOC artists, artists with disabilities go through, I can't do anything else. When people say Picasso, I say Basquiat.
Absolutely. Well, we love you for that. Thank you for tuning in. We might bring you back in when Charles logs on and gives us his assessment of the project we're about to work on. I'm going to start off the artist introductions and do my little piece real quick. So until then, we're going to switch things up a little bit, and I'm going to begin my session. So my name is Larry Pancho Brown. I'm from Baltimore, Maryland. I am an artist. I've been a professional artist for 40 years. I have been came through a period of time between 1985 and 2005 called the Golden Age of African American art, where artists became commercially successful. The quarantine really started off as a project of me working with many of my colleagues. I am a second generation artist to a teenage parent who gave up his dream of doing art just to take care of his family. Also, my son is an artist who's now 30, so it is in our family line. Creativity is passed down. Being an artist, a musician, a writer, those things are innate in us. I don't think that they're special qualities. I just think that they just pass through, and we deal with it the best way we can. I love mentoring artists and have dedicated my life to mentoring artists. I consider myself an artist advocate as well. It's just one of those things that comes with me. It's not just about me and my art. It's about the effect that art has on the community, and the effect that it has on um, just everyday life. I was classically trained as a graphic designer. I went to a vocational high school where I learned how to letter. The lettering program was 3 years, and normally what would happen is that artists would in their third year, their senior year, will be assigned to a work study. I was assigned to a lady who was a Barbara Thomas, who was the fastest letterer in Baltimore City. And so what happened is that I learned this process rather than in 3 years, I learned it in 3 months. And so what happened was they had to decide for the first time whether they're going to put a child in the 10th grade in work study. They took a gamble with me, and the rest is history. I was one of the first to get a work study assignment in the 10th grade. So I have been a professional artist since the age of 14, and I opened my first business when I was 17. So when people say a starving artist and all these other things that we discuss when it comes to being an artist, oof. It drives me crazy. It's a re-education that needs to take place. And I live in Baltimore City. And if a young guy like me in Baltimore City can be successful as an artist, I really believe anybody can. And so with that premise, I just set out to try to, I made a promise to myself, is that no matter what I did in my life, that I would make a living from anything that was art related. I wasn't going to cop out and find a job doing something else. I made that commitment to myself very, very early in the game. And and trust and believe, I've had my ups and downs. I'll share some of that with you as we get into this 30-day process. But the bottom line is I wouldn't trade it for anything in the world. My work is in about 500,000 homes as a result of all the efforts that has taken place from 1985 when I first got into the business up to now. This new technology thing, despite people, I think I'm some sort of guru. I'm not. I think at some point, when you see the switch coming, you have to kind of adapt. I think that was something I've always done, even before the big crash in the mid 2000s, when the economy crashed and all of the galleries were closing and all of the distributorships were shutting down. I saw the internet and websites and online as an opportunity, and really pursued it back at that period. So that's a little bit of background about me. We got Louise Cutler in here. Hello, Louise. Louise is also someone who's going to be helping us out. Louise is one of the artists, and she's also helping me with streaming. So I know she's going to probably try to ask me some.
I it is wonderful to hear all of this great stuff about Pancho, because Pancho is like Mr. Everything. So don't listen to him when he talks about the technology, because he's Mr. Everything. At least that's how we see him, how the art world sees him. And I love hearing about Pancho, and we're going to hear even more about Pancho. We have 31 days to hear Pancho's story, but I kind of wanted to see and get some more information, because here it is. You are the co-founder of Creative Quarantine. Mm-hmm. And so just want to get a little more information about what was your initial goal for Creative Quarantine? How did it all come about? I know you'll be talking to Bibbs later, but just want to get your take on how did this all come about? What was your initial goal for it?
I think we were all in the hustle and bustle on the road. We were traveling the country. We were going from state to state. And I think the business started to run us rather than us running the business. When we got into the art business, most of us weren't, with the exception of Charles Bibbs, hadn't come from corporate America. It was our first time being entrepreneurs, and so we had to kind of fast track learn. And that was one of the things I love, because artists shared information, we shared pitfalls. And so that vulnerability of, hey man, I'm tired of this running. I wish I could paint. We would have these personal conversations, and that's what would happen. And so that's how this originally got birthed, is because of that hustle and bustle of how we were trying to do what we were doing. And we all realized that the creative part of it is the most important part. But after a while, you're painting for the client. You're not doing some of the things you want to do. If you had a hot piece, you're going to come up with another hot piece that's on the same thing. We had all kinds of things we had to deal with. I mean, there was subjects you couldn't sell back in the 80s that you can sell today. So that was it. It was artists and their vulnerability of wanting to work and just paint. Because if they had a choice between being locked in a room and just painting and the business side of it, they would choose the room every time.
Yes, most artists would be locked in. I would. But we've already discussed that. So what kind of things have you done? And because I know you've done this before. Mm-hmm. And so what kind of things have you done to prepare for it now? Because you are pretty much overseeing all of the artists. So what kind of things have you done to prepare for it? And what kind of things have you assisted the artists with to prepare for it?
Well, when you bring four artists together, and all artists are used to being isolated and independent, it's ego issues. There's different ways of working. There's different paces. There's different motivation. It's not easy to harness artists, but I learned that I have a special talent and ability for working with artists. I understand them. I understand how they flow. So I'm not often threatened by the shifts or the egos and all that kind of stuff. I can kind of find a way to let them see where we are in common and use that as a bridge to do other things. Because artists really want to help each other out. Artists really want to get outside of that isolation thing in their own way. And so that's what I gained from it. And so I've done maybe 8 of these. We've had weekend quarantines where artists checked in on Friday and checked out on Monday. We've tried all kinds of versions. As a matter of fact, this is not the first virtual quarantine we'll be embarking on this time. It's actually the second one, because one year, me, Charles Bibbs, and LaShawn Beal did a virtual quarantine because we weren't able to meet a location. We had a housing issue, as Rosemary was talking about earlier. So we just said, hey, we'll work from our studios, and they sent me all of the work, and I sized everything and put them on a website and was doing all the tech stuff behind to make it happen. And so that's kind of how I got started. Now, I bit off more than I can chew on this one because I've never tried to process videos and photographs of 12 artists before. So I thank you for being my right hand in this process. And we're hoping that things are going to run smoothly. We're waiting for Charles to log in now, and he'll give us a little more input. But do you have any other questions about the quarantine?
Well, I guess it's sort of like what you had asked Rosemary earlier. What are you looking to have come out of it? I know you're looking, like, one of the things we talk about is building relationships with other artists and things like that, and the collaborations and things. But what would you want to see come out of it? What would be like, oh wow, this was fantastic?
Well, with the premise of the quarantine is that artists are forced in a space. They're focused, and they're doing experimental works. So I have really no real expectations of what artists do. I look at what artists gain from being in this process, because so often our creativity is tempered by other things, other people, other considerations, and we don't really get a chance to get the therapeutic result of just being quiet and painting. And so I like to take artists back to a point where they can really just do that. That's so important to me. And I think that when artists go through this process, it forever changes how they work. And so I just want artists to understand what it feels like to be in a peaceful place to create, and to understand what creativity really is. And that's something we're going to be talking about a lot, because a lot of viewers out there have this ability, have that word, they're creative people, and don't know how to harness it because we were never taught how to. When we were across the water before they stole us and brought us to this country, we understood what creativity was. It was part of everyday life. It was part of a lot of different things. So we're actually being reacclimated to understand what that means now. And so for me, that's what I want artists to gain. It's not so much about sales. It's not so much about what you create. It's about you working with other people and seeing, what the possibilities are. I really like that, and what you're looking to gain out of it, because a lot of times we're looking to gain certain things, and sometimes it's more superficial. And I knew one of the things, when you bring artists together, it is so important for you as far as camaraderie, making sure that you input a lot, and you put a lot into the artist. And that's one of the things that I've noticed about just having a relationship with you and learning from you, and then doing this particular project with you, and being able to hear what you want to see come out of it, what development you want to see come out of it. When I came into this business, most of my peers were 15 to 20 years older than me. Charles Bibbs, Annie Lee, Paul Goodnight, James Denmark. These people were at the top of their game when I came into this business. Gilbert Young. I mean, there's some people who were there already when I came on the scene that were mesmerizing. And so, but they were all very inclusive, and they all welcomed me. Well, at least most of them did. Gilbert Young. But even today, he's one of my biggest supporters, because sometimes there's a trial and an error and a struggle that artists go through, and so sometimes artists aren't the happiest people. Sometimes they do this, and there's a bitter energy that's happening because they got to prove things, they got to justify themselves to everybody that the world doesn't understand them and never did. And now all of a sudden they're in this business environment, and everything gets confusing. And so I've always wanted to. When I was coming through school, I didn't have any mentors I can go to that could tell me how to do what I was doing. I had to kind of research and do all that myself. And so I said, well, why should all artists go through that repetitious cycle? And for me, that became almost more important to me than me doing my art. See, simply for me, art is just an expression. It's a therapeutic way of me communicating. But it's so innate. It's simple. All I gotta do is be quiet, and it comes through me. So I'm looking at all the other things, the cause and effect of what art does. And so that's what I want artists to do. I want artists to have a place they can go to ask questions. I want them to have a place they can go to figure out what trajectory they want to take. I want artists to really look at themselves creatively and go, okay, where am I? You know, am I a hobbyist? Do I aspire to be a professional in this? What do I need to do? Because there is no roadmap on this, but there's so many different ways you can come into this business.
Right. You know, it's interesting. I'm reading in between listening to you. I'm reading Rosemary's private chats to me, and it's really interesting how, from an artist standpoint and a art gallery owner standpoint, what she sees versus what you're looking for out of it. That's one of the things. It'll be interesting to have both of you have conversations during this time, because, you know, Rosemary's like, I want some sales. That's not the biggest thing, but that's how she looks at things. And I think that's beautiful, because as artists, and I'm pretty sure you can see that too, a lot of times as artists, we don't always look. We're not always pushing for that sale, because we're in our creative mode. It's something that we want, but it's not something we're always in tune with. And I want to post a couple of the comments just for little shouts out for people, because we're getting some comments in, and so just wanted to. There's several Happy New Year's. Hey,
well, Happy New Year, Alethea.
And we got over here, got another Happy New Year.
Fantastic.
Waving at you. And Maddie is awesome, Tracy.
That's great.
And here we are. It's so nice to meet you both. I think that she posted when you and Tracy you and Kathleen, you and Rosemary was up. And then this young lady, she just loves your work there, Pancho.
Fantastic.
Wonderful.
Well, you know, the great thing about us being able to use this tool is that we can get some interaction from all over the world, and people can ask questions. So we're encouraging anybody that has questions, specifically as we do this presentation and throughout the month.
Right.
If you have those questions, bring them. If you got artists that you know that are struggling, make them look at the show and have them ask questions. But this is an inclusive thing. We're doing this as a form of education so people can step into the day in the life of an artist, some of the things they have to go through. You come into the gallery, you see the picture, you have no clue what the journey was.
Exactly.
You either like the piece or you don't like the piece, and then you either meet the artist or you don't meet the artist. But I'm here to tell you that there's so much more to that. And I think at the end of the day, this will be an art appreciation course, because, you know, they took that out of school. So
you can really come here and appreciate art, appreciate all the art. But as Rosemary would say, purchase some too. I'm speaking for Rosemary as well. But I think
what we're going to do is that we're really we've never really harped on selling work from the quarantine, but we've always sold all the pieces that were ever created in the quarantine.
Right.
Those pieces are long gone. because there's everything here is original work. And
Right.
a lot of times when we first finish those pieces, they're lower priced than when we put them out into the general market. And so if people know what they're doing, and if you are a person that's trying to build a small collection, really watch this show.
Right.
You
Yes.
might- I'm gonna tell you, when me and Charles Bibbs and Cynthia St. James did the first quarantine in 2006, we created over 100 pieces. And I'm talking all kinds of sizes, all kinds of items. Some of it was houseware, some of it was pictures, paintings, you name it. So this show, you get a chance to see all of that. We're going to try to keep you up to date technologically as we can, so you can see what each artist is creating. But we're also going to take a time at least once a week to show you the offerings of what's available, so you can do what you need to do to participate.
Well, I see Charles is coming in. We're gonna
He
wait
appears
till
to
he
be
comes
having
back.
some technical difficulties.
Right. So, but Pancho,
I
share with
want
people.
I want Rosemary to come on and talk for a minute, and that way I'll be able to see what problems Charles is
Right.
having. So
Well, then I'll share with. Okay, while you're doing that, I'll let people know that we will be running this show. This is going from January 1st to the 31st. So you guys have plenty of time to join in with us, and we're looking forward to you guys joining in with us daily, because we will be featuring artists daily on this particular on the channels, on the YouTube. All right, Rosemary. So we will be featuring people, we will be featuring artists daily. So I definitely want you guys to tune in. You'll be watching them. They'll be working from their studios, doing all kinds of things. And it's going to be really, really exciting work. So I want you guys to tune in with us. I'm just going to scoot just a little bit in my seat. Because I didn't put my lighting up properly, but I want you guys to be able to see. So I want you guys to tune in daily with us, and just to see some of the things that the artists are going to be doing. A lot of artists are going to be trying some new things, experimenting with some amazing artwork, with some amazing different objects and stuff like that. And so it's going to be pretty exciting. Rosemary, are you down there looking at me? Ready? I'm gonna bring Rosemary up. Hey, Rosemary, how are you?
I'm fine. How are you? I was trying to get myself together here with some lunch. You know that the old superstition, New Year's Day.
I saw you doing that.
Man has to come through the house. So Billy, my partner, who's also Native American, and you know, with all the old traditions, had to come through, and he has to come through and bring something.
Oh, okay.
I was trying to do that because, you know, they say, girl, don't let no woman come through your house. Thanksgiving ain't nothing but bad luck, and we don't need any of that. So I'm like, Pancho, you want me to say something? Please. But I am just so ecstatic. I'm trying to get used to the technology, and I'm liking it. It
is wonderful to be able to have you being a part and being able to handle the technology. I mean, it's and like I heard you talking about, I almost popped in when you were talking about those Macs, because you know I'm a big Mac lover. So I think Pancho's coming back.
Hi there.
You got something for us, Pancho? How's it going?
They are trying to switch units. They're having problems with one computer, so we're just going to keep it moving.
Okay. So we'll get them. We should be able to get them up and going at some point. And
yeah, they're actually trying to move to another computer. So
okay, all right, sounds good. Well, like I said, tune in. Rosemary, I saw your private chat, and one of the things I was sharing with Pancho is I said, we look at things a little different, but Rosemary is coming from a gallery owner's perspective. And Rosemary is like, want to make some sales here. It's not all about the sales, but Rosemary is definitely coming with a different perspective. And that's why it's wonderful having you a part of this group.
Well, I find that artists, and particularly, and this is not a knock, this is an acknowledgement, and that Black artists, as well as myself, I came from a for-profit business. And when the Springfield Cultural Council and the Business Improvement District and Governor Patrick suggested that I take the gallery to a nonprofit, I knew nothing about nonprofit. No, but I did know that small organizations weren't being funded.
I think Rosemary might have froze. That's the beauty of live.
Well, no, she looks good on my end.
Oh, well, she's back
Just
now.
keep
Go
on
ahead,
talking,
Rosemary.
Rosemary.
So I was saying, going from a for-profit to nonprofit was a rude awakening for me, but also that artists are creativity. And as my brother, who was an artist, but a performing artist, he didn't have the business sense. You can make money off of your craft. I mean, it's unbelievable. And that's how I view it. And I don't measure the success by the sales. I measure it by relationship, what sort of legacy and other things. But folks need to know that artists need to get paid. I cannot go to the doctor or to the dentist and say, okay, can I bargain for this? You get paid, they get paid. And to me, it's the same thing. So I try to instill into artists, particularly artists of color, because we don't come at times with that financial background, that you must get paid for your work. And when people see how long it takes an artist to create something, I will never, ever forget that Ed Kawasaki, who was 80 years old, had been in a wheelchair from birth with cerebral palsy. He's a white artist now, or Caucasian artist, but he's an artist with a disability. Painted with his left foot, and the work that went into that piece of art. And he only wanted a small amount of money. I mean, it brought tears to my eyes. I couldn't. So I raised the price to his work looked like Monet. It was absolutely gorgeous. And then when I saw another day when a gentleman purchased a piece of his art, and he said, can you sign this for me? He said, could you come back another day? I saw that man with his left foot in a wheelchair sign a K, which was his signature. And it took him almost 2 hours. Wow. But he was so happy to have sold a piece of art, and not for thousands of dollars, which he deserved. Mm-hmm. And to take another 2 hours, how dare you not want to pay artists? How dare you? Mm-hmm. And the joy and the satisfaction that a piece of art brings me, I will buy a book that I can hold in my hand and pay quite a bit for. Same way that I will buy a piece of art. And to just say, I just can't comprehend that. So maybe that's why I'm on the gallery side, because God sure didn't give me no talent.
But you still have to be using the right side of the brain to appreciate any of this. So the partnership between dealers and artists and gallerists, and that's a special relationship. Now, of course, we have a lot of those relationships that are dysfunctional. Okay, yeah. Because greed is in this business. Really valuing the worth of the artist is a precedent in this business. It's part of the art business from its inception, and still is part of that now. You look at the artists that are successful now. You look at the percentage of artists of color that are able to even be notable at this point. You look at our masters and where their works are being, how their works are being managed. And even today in the 21st century, on 2021, some of our masters are nowhere near what our Caucasian counterparts are. And I think things are changing in one degree. So I think that whatever we do to hold this thing, because this is going to be around whether we want it to be around or not, whether you acknowledge it or not, this stuff is happening, whether you see it or not, it's going to be around. We are now suffering through the result of taking art out of schools 20 years ago.
Yes.
Yes, most definitely.
Yeah, we are now walking around. These people have the same money,
Yeah.
or probably more money than their predecessors had, but they're now hungry for culture. We've had a lot of cultural things that have happened to us. We've had a black president. We've had social unrest. We've had all these things that's happened to keep us on edge and moving forward. But at the same time, we've fallen behind in music, art, and dance because they've taken it out of schools, and especially public schools. And so when you have a generation of people that's come along that's tech savvy, but don't have any kind of cultural connection, that's a really crazy place to be. So I'm glad that technology is able to put this kind of situation in front of people so they can see and redirect their energies and really start to reclaim culture.
Well, thank you. Yes.
I'm always muted. That is very powerful. And I totally agree with that, especially with the taking everything out of the schools. It has been really hard. But one of the things that I have found is that in that artists have been able to extend their studios and to be able to do more for students and people. I mean, I find that I get a lot of adults and youth that are looking to do even more in the arts, and they are looking at artists in their studios to come alongside and say, hey, I want to do this. I want to participate in your workshops and in your programs. And so I think that has expanded. Artists have expanded even more into workshops and classes because of the fact that things have been taken out of schools, because people are really hungry for the arts in that sense. Because I know you also do workshops out of your studio as well. I know COVID has kind of froze a lot of things, for us, but I think Charles is there.
Well, I'm going to elaborate on that. Mm-hmm. COVID derailed vendors, artisans, all of the art shows closed, all the art festivals closed. Mm-hmm. The largest art show in the United States did not take place this year, which is Art Basel in Miami. Mm-hmm. This has affected the art industry like no other thing has ever affected the art industry within the last few decades. So we're in a serious time. So there's only a certain amount of ways people can connect. And I think it's one of these places where technology is allowing us to be able to do just that. Mm-hmm. I'm encouraging you all to spread the word. See, I'm looking at the count. We got a lot of people watching the show right now. Pass the word around for us. We will be up every day. We're going to get ready to bring Charles in because we want to have a moment to discuss the quarantine, why it was enacted, and all that kind of thing. Thank you, Rosemary. We're going to probably have you chime back in again at some point. And we're going to bring in Charles Bibbs. Hello, Mr. Bibbs. How are you?
How you doing, Punch?
You're doing fantastic. Just wanted to, I know you had some technical problems, but thank you for making the adjustment for us. Charles, you are my co-founder and partner in crime. I told the story a little early about our very first quarantine, where we had, prior to that, we had a discussion about when was the last time we had time to work. Mm-hmm. And that's kind of how we got started. And when we went to enact our first quarantine, Charles and I ran into some problems with housing again at the last minute. And so Charles said, Poncho, just come to California. So the first quarantine was actually done at Charles Bibbs' house. I was in his cabana, and Cynthia St. James was added to our roster, and she chose to work virtually from her home. And so I wanted to just bring you in, Charles, as a co-founder and talk about the concept of the creative quarantine and what that has meant to you.
Well, Pancho, I got to go way back. That was some time ago. But me, you, and Cynthia, we were asking the question, what would it be like, isolated somewhere? And that's all you had to do was just create. And you were creating with people that you have a relationship with, either by being another artist or friendship or whatever, and just to see what comes out of that, the sharing of ideas, the knocking things around, and just the discussions, and just getting to know each other on a different level rather than hearsay or I'm an artist. But how are you an artist? I mean, I want to get a taste of what you mean when you say that you're an artist. So we were able to share those tastes because we were sampling, as we went along. So, and we remember, Pancho, we were collaborating.
Exactly.
And that was a great experience.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, two different artists, with a similar frame mine in artistically. Could we do something artistic, okay, where we join ourselves physically on paper? And we were able to do that, and that was amazing.
Yeah, man. I think the first time you and I actually did that was amazing because, when I met Charles, Charles was, and I don't mean to embarrass him, but when I came into this business, Charles he was the biggest name in the African American art realm. Every artist aspired to do what he was doing, and the fact that we became friends was magical for me. He's been my greatest artist friend. He's been around me through some really tough times and some really happy times. But to be in a studio with this man, that's the different situation, because no matter where you are, you gotta humble yourself. You come into this room, Charles and I, we don't know what to expect. But see, that I'm gonna be honest with you. Charles Bibbs never actually had a real opportunity to quarantine because Charles was at home and he had to deal with his business, he had to deal with family, he had to deal with other things. And even with that, Charles still was able to create a body of work that most artists couldn't create.
Hey, remember, man, we also analyze the fact that being an artist is a one-man sport.
It is.
Okay. Well, we changed that dynamics.
Absolutely.
We made it a team. Says the quarantine actually takes art and makes it a team event.
Mm-hmm.
And that's the experimentation. Can we do that? And we were able to accomplish that. I mean, we had so much fun. I mean, it wasn't just all painting and throwing paint on canvas and stuff like that. We were having fun together, just talking about the business, talking about our skills and talking about our experiences. I mean, when we left differently. We wasn't the same artist after that.
I do believe that. And so a year later, we invited two other artists, and we did Deborah Shedrick and Gwen Redfern. Charles had a gallery in LA called 626 Gallery. Charles closed his gallery down. Yeah. We painted inside the gallery. Yeah. There was a loft upstairs, so we made sleeping quarters upstairs.
That's where the three of you guys slept.
Exactly, because Charles was then again trying to do the quarantine, but he was driving back and forth from LA to Riverside. How long is that, Charles?
About an hour drive one way.
Yeah. So even with that, y'all, Charles created some work that most people couldn't create with all those distractions. And I'm going to experience a bit of that on this one because I normally take over the technical aspects of these quarantines of making sure the artwork is documented, making sure it's uploaded. And so luckily I do have some help with Louise Cutler and Sheba Mayo, who you'll meet a little later. It's going to be helping me coordinate some of that stuff. But Charles, talk about the experience in LA.
LA was a great experience, and we were able to connect with the LA art market along with that experience, and a lot of people were intrigued about the fact that we brought in artists from the East Coast all the way to LA to spend. I don't know how many days was that, Pancho?
I think the premise that we started with in 2005 and 2006 is that we would work for 3 weeks and exhibit on the 4th week. And
that was a long time.
That's a long
time for us to be together, sleep together, eat together, and everything.
Yeah, because
just
the
like
bottom line is that because our artists work differently, we were working around the clock. We were
yeah,
the studio had somebody in it just about every hour that
yeah,
we were doing what we were doing.
yeah. And we had to lock up because people were coming around looking through the windows, wanting to get in, and we was waving at them as they walked by. This is a quarantine. You're not allowed.
Talk a little bit about the reception we had at 626 after we finished that body of work.
Oh, the reception was well received. We had a lot of curious people, a lot of curious artists just wanted to know, how did we do this? How did we pull this off?
Mhm.
And we had the media there. I think it was well received, and
It was well
for Los
received.
Angeles, it
Yeah,
was a different thing.
and
And
we
downtown
also
LA, it was the art district for Los
right.
Angeles, right in
Okay,
the middle of it.
that's right. And we did pretty good with art sales at that particular quarantine too.
Yes, we did.
So after that, Charles Bibbs was such a busy guy that he wasn't able to participate in many of my other quarantines. We've probably done 4 other ones since then. We've done the year after that was the
I
last.
traveled to Atlanta. Yeah.
Yeah. But there was one in between that, and that was me, you, and LaShawn Beal, which was the first virtual quarantine we ever did because we weren't able to come in one location. And then the year after that, I sponsored it in Atlanta with another artist, and you came to support that. So I'm glad that people can see the other side of the quarantine. A lot of times, people don't understand how these concepts come about. Charles, tell. I need you to kind of explain from your perspective what you believe true creativity is.
Well, I think in the purest sense, it's exposing yourself in terms of in the way that God given you to do, and that's basically, artists expose themselves in many ways. If you sing, if you dance, or you spoken word, that's all an expression of you. What we were doing was we were doing our thing, our communication, the way we communicate as artists, and without using words. So that's not an easy thing to do, and I think because of the quarantine coming together, because like I said before, art, being an artist is an individual sport. You're by yourself, one-on-one with your craft most of the time. But whenever you can get into a group, it's just like when singers come together. I mean, the experience of being a singer is exponentially multiplied. Okay. And we were multiplied by coming together as visual artists. There's a level of confidence that came from that experience. Okay, because we always shut ourselves off in solitude and trying to create. How do we get our motivation? Anytime you want to be motivated, you got to mix it up with people. That's the only way that can ignite that excitement when you got something that's right on point. You have to relate that experience with other people.
Right.
Okay. So that quarantine just does so much of that in ways that other art forms always experience, because they're always in groups. Like dancers are always expressing themselves in groups. Musicians are always expressing themselves in groups. Now the quarantine was like a jam session.
Yeah, exactly.
For art. Okay. And see, now we can experience the same thing. Okay. And that's the unique elements of the quarantine. And that's why me and Pancho work so hard to give other artists the experience of it. Because once you have that experience, you're no longer alone. You have that ability to share your inner thoughts as an artist with your counterparts and the people that either inspires you or that you have always admired to come in there and express yourself. I mean, there's as an artist, I still haven't found a greater experience that we've had by doing the quarantine.
It's like we are a dysfunctional family that doesn't get to see each other much, and then all of a sudden you meet an artist, you work with an artist, and you've expanded your family when you're done. You know, and so I want to thank you for not only being a good partner in crime. You're one of those guys that when we sit down and talk about different things we want to implement, Charles is going to get it done. Yeah. Charles is not a talker. He's a guy that implements things. And I thank you so much for making yourself available.
Let me make one more point out, and I'll close with this. Being an artist for a long time has been a solitary experience, okay, where it's one to yourself. I feel that we miss out on so much when we isolate ourselves creatively. When you allow yourself to be exposed, okay, then I think it lets in a whole different element of who you are and the way you express yourself. Because what it's all about is that it's a way of communication, okay? And people want to know how you came up with those ideals and concepts. And that's one thing that we have to do as artists. We have to actually talk. It's not enough just to show the art. We have to communicate. And that's the great thing about the quarantine. And I'm just praying and hoping that we continue, and not only in the ways of quarantine, but find other creative ways to cohabitate creatively in an environment where it can stimulate even more creative experiences.
Well, we talked about a couple of different things along the way. I've had partnered with Andre Thompson in Atlanta, and we mentioned the notion of doing a reality show based on the quarantine. You and I talked about doing a book on the arts that been created from the quarantine. And now here we are in this new medium that's going to give us a little bit of a nudge towards that direction. Because we will be broadcasting 30 days, y'all. For those of you that are just watching, this is my partner in crime, Charles Bibbs, one of the greatest African-American artists that live in this country. I can say it because I've actually seen the manifestation of what he does. It's a wonderful thing to have him a part of what we're trying to do. I hope that all the artists are charged up. If you are interested in possibly participating in a creative quarantine, just contact me. We have a Facebook page. You can help us by joining our Facebook page at Creative Quarantine on Facebook. And hey, we're just about to branch down another avenue. And Charles, I want you to kind of make yourself available to tune in.
I'll do anything you want me to do. But this is why I love you, man, because all those things that we've started together, okay, with your spirit and your energy, you were the one that said and believed in it and took it to the next level. And I thank you for that. I love you for that, brother.
Well, thank you, Charles Bibbs. You know how I feel about you, man. We ain't gonna start crying on the screen now. We can't do that. We can't do it like that now. No crying, man. Yeah, I was good. Look, I got that lump in your throat that,
Oh, yeah. I had my shoulder for you many times. You had your shoulder for me. Because we as artists, we can cry. We cried, but Elaine called us crybabies.
Well, Charlie, I'm going to let my partner come in case Louise got any questions for you. Before we let you go, Louise, can you chime on in and in case you have any questions for Charles? I also want you to I want to get Rosemary in so she can say a few words as well.
Is that Rosemary?
That's Rosemary Tracy.
Hey, how you doing?
You don't remember me, but tell Elaine hi, and I know she got that camera somewhere.
I do remember you.
And Karen wanted. I don't. She's probably in Atlanta or South Carolina, but
You know about Karen Buster?
sends all her best and
Oh,
wishing
okay.
you a happy New Year.
Yes, same to y'all too.
Listen,
How about that?
you got more beautiful. I forgot, was it summer, winter, spring, fall? I had a neighbor upstairs, a Caucasian. He had every one of them up there on his wall. We got him through Elaine at the time. But listen, I know there is somebody who's got all the seasons. You probably don't even remember that series for so long.
But me and Pancho talked about that a long time ago. That's one thing that we have that experience to market.
Yes.
And what intrigues people to buy, you know, and
Yes.
we analyze that stuff. So we came up with sequels.
Yes. So it's awesome. But I want to wish you a happy New Year and the best to you going forward. Tell Elaine I said hi, and Louise is here, so I'm gonna duck out because I got to have my tea.
All right.
My medicine.
All right, Rosemary, we'll check in with you later.
Miss Rosemary over there, Miss Rosemary trying to get her some stuff to eat and get everything settled. I just wanted to post a couple of these comments. Charles, it is absolutely wonderful to have you on with us and sharing. And I'm always eager to know what this was created for and how you guys went about. I've even watched the videos of your previous quarantines, and just to see that, and Pancho speaks so highly of you. So I always tell people, you were, like he said, you were the man. You were the man for so many years, and then to actually be in your presence, it's almost like
when I first met Pancho, it was like meeting a long lost brother. Or it was like discovering a relative that you never knew you had. Okay. And we never parted since then. I mean, it was just I think it was chemical. There was something, it was more than just the art.
Right.
Okay? And he has, you know, he's about 15 years younger than I am. And I was attracted to that because the level of talent. I was just floored. Okay. And for some reason, we shared so much of ourselves together. I guess we've all, as far as our relationship, we've always been in the quarantine.
You guys you're like kindred spirits. That's what I call them. Kindred spirits. And because I know, like Pancho and I, it's funny because Pancho and I just met last year. And but it seems like we've known each other forever.
Absolutely.
The way we talk and work together, it seems like we've known each other forever.
Well, see, that's what's the important part, Louise. That's what I want to really tell you. That's what happens when artists take the time to step outside of themselves with another creative person. See, I don't have to justify myself to Charles when I have a conversation with Charles. My non-creative friends, I would have to almost justify who I am to them first before I started the conversation. When you're with another creative person, they get you. They understand how things are. They understand the vulnerabilities. They understand that black sheep mentality that we get, that individual thing.
Right.
And so I tell my artist friends right away when they first ask me, how can I help them? I say, well, first thing you got to do is get rid of 3 of your friends and replace them with artists.
Yeah.
Because once you get in that creative environment and no longer have to justify and explain who you are, you can really grow as an individual. And Charles has opened the floodgate for us to really create. And the weird thing that happens is that, like, I never liked pencil until I met Charles.
Right.
Charles would whip out a pencil, man, and do a remark. And so I got a pencil and I started doing more pencil drawing. And now when we draw, if you see me and Charles draw, we have one video floating around somewhere where me and Charles are actually physically drawing on the same piece
on the same paper. Yeah.
Oh wow.
And then, not to make it sound like it's the duo, and we created this. There were 2 twins, Jerry and Terry Lynn, who used to go on the road, and they would create together.
Mm-hmm.
I'm like, Charles, we ain't gotta be twins to do that.
No, I think it's an amazing. I think you guys have an amazing relationship, one that people pretty much dream of. But it's the same thing. It's like your work has been around for so many years and have inspired so many of us. I remember when I first saw your work, I just love the figures, I love the forms. And then last year when Pancho said, "Oh, Louise, you need a what was it? An artist. You have to have your main artist." And he started giving me these names, and your name was one of the ones he gave, and I was like, I can't call him. You know. And he says, "Yeah, you're right." He says, "You're gonna have to call Elaine anyway."
Yeah.
And,
you know what? Here's the thing, and what happened, what we discovered, okay, is that artists are a solitary person.
mm-hmm.
They spend most of their time together. I mean, not most of their time alone.
Mm-hmm.
And me and Pancho discovered that that's not always the best way to go.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And we kind of dissected this whole business of ours in practical terms. Okay. And we analyzed it to the point where, what does our customers want?
Mm-hmm.
Who are our customers?
Mm-hmm.
What are their needs and aspirations? We sat down and brainstormed, okay, ways to multiply ourselves 1,000 times over and over and over again. And at the same time, not compromise the quality of the art. Okay. And also marketing. I mean, production. I mean, we got into trouble because when the industry was changing to, say, websites, we were the first to get a website, and we got blamed for destroying the whole art market because we were going straight to the public. Okay, and they still wanted us to go to dealers, and we defied the whole system. And now everybody's doing it. Right. So it takes somebody with the nerve to analyze a situation and find a way to improve it so that everybody can join in. Okay. The more we can get people to be successful as artists, the more of our clients are happy. They have more different ways to look at the art. They have, I mean, we empower the general public in terms of what we have to offer. And we were able to break those barriers, me and Pancho.
Well, you know, man, as I listened to you recount it, I realized that I think I got old. I think I got a little older.
Pancho, you guys, this would be a great talk, Pancho. This would be a great talk. The things that you guys have discussed.
I'm planning on bringing Charles back in the quarantine due to the next 30 days. We're going to do a couple of panel discussions. I'm just going to try to look and see what's happening with his schedule. I just wanted people to really meet the other side of the brain. My partner in crime with creating this process. Charles Bibbs has been a great friend. He's been one hell of an artist, and I tell you, he is the one that makes me want artists to get closer together. I always said if artists ever band together, we would create another whole movement. And some artists have been very, very reluctant to do that, but I'm seeing more and more of those partnerships taking place today. And quarantining is really the ground level of us doing that. I have some of the artists that I have are partnering with in this quarantine. We've partnered together. LaShawn Beal and I have been partners for over 20 years. Deborah Shedrick, we've partnered for almost 30 years. And Karen McAdoo and Karen Clark, she's also a partner the last few years. So we really take pride in sharing information and passing the baton. So Charles, I want to thank you, my friend.
Yeah, I miss you guys. I miss the East Coast.
I miss the West Coast, man. That's my getaway, my hideaway.
Well, when this mess is over, we'll make up for it.
Oh, we're going to do a big party when it's all over
You
with.
better believe it.
Well, thank you, Charles Bibbs. I really appreciate
Thank you.
tuning
Thanks
in.
for having me.
No problem. We're going to get ready to bring the next artist in, who is Karen Clark. Hey, Karen, say hi to Charles.
Hi, Charles.
Hey, Karen.
How are you?
I'm fine.
Good, good. And I can't wait
And
to come
safe.
to the stay safe. Yeah, definitely. Yes. So I look forward to seeing you come back onto the East Coast, and so that we can sit down and chat it up.
Oh, yeah.
All right, Charles, you take care of yourself.
All right.
Thank you for your time.
Okay. Sorry.
Hey, I'm going to introduce you to Karen Clark. I'm hoping she's not having technical difficulties, but I'm going to give her some time to give you a little bit of an introduction to who she is. She's one of our 12 artists. And take it away, Karen Clark.
Hi, I'm Karen Clark. I'm from Richmond, Virginia. My business is called Woodland Heights Studios. So if you're looking for me, you can check through there. I started working in clay back in the late 90s, early 2000s from watching PBS. I saw this female. She was amazing. And I called my mom and I said, hey, would you like to do this class with me? She said yes. She has beautiful pieces, but she doesn't do the clay anymore. So I have all of her equipment. So I'm thankful for that. But from that point of creating, I had the opportunity to do a collaborative trip called Artists to Africa, which was for artists and art lovers. So I wanted to go. I asked the company that I work for. They told me it was not conducive to the company's needs. So I had to make a decision of whether or not I wanted to walk by faith. And so I talked to my family members, and they were very supportive. And so I left my job and I took my first trip to Africa with Larry Poncho Brown and Karen Buster and Jerome White and Harold Cook, one of my favorite people who has passed on, but he took us on the tour for the very first time. Amazing. And then from that point, when I got back, Poncho, who was my mentor at the time, said, what are you going to do? So I had to do a lot of soul searching, a lot of investigating, a lot of reviewing of what my trip was. And I'm here now in 2020 being a full-time sculptor. Hello? Am I still here? Hello? Oh, wait a minute, your phone's on mute. I don't have technical difficulties. Poncho, I can't hear you.
At the time when she was questioned about her job, I had she got to back up a little bit. When the opportunity was presented for her to go on the first Artist to Africa tour, I booked the trip and I asked her if she wanted to go. She was going to check at work, and then work told her that she couldn't go. And she called me back and said, Poncho, they said I can't go. And I said to her, well, what are you going to do?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, if you're telling me you got to leave your job to now pursue your ceramic abilities, it's a leap. It's a leap of faith. You're going to have to kind of figure out what's important to you. And this sister right here jumped off the cliff, no parachute, no backpack, and she never looked back. Never looked back. And so that's why I don't mean to overwrite her story. I think sometimes it's important for artists to hear certain things that are in common. A lot of artists are having that duality right now and trying to figure out whether they should stay, whether they should go, whether they should leave. And I think that at some point, all artists have to be willing to leave. So tell us what you hope to, what you expect. What are some of your expectations from this year's quarantine?
I am, the expectations, I am open, because as an artist, you have to be open to receiving. So I'm excited to do some collaborative work with, Sheba Meyer and Larry Poncho Brown and LaShawn Bill and Deborah Shradek and some Louise Cutler. So that is very, very exciting to see what the journey is going to be, how the craft of ceramics is going to be implemented with other mediums. So I'm really, really excited about that. Very excited.
You are one of our first ceramicists. Well, actually, our first ceramicist was Gwen Redfern. She was a ceramicist and painter, but when she came to the quarantine, she only did painting. And so you're actually our first ceramic artist.
Oh, wow.
How have you had to prepare for a 30-day project?
30-day project. Actually thinking about what kind of work I'm going to do and the capacity of my kiln. Of doing the process, and also thinking about the other mediums that I'm going to be intertwining, things like sweetgrass from South Carolina, copper, well, just tons of material, buttons, and so I want to implement those items onto the clay. And so we have to play with science and dealing with the glazes, also dealing with shrink rates, dealing with dealing with pieces. So it's going to be pretty exciting.
So have you, outside of because we went on 2 Artists to Africa tours. We went to Senegal and we went to Ghana. And since then you have been going regularly to Africa. So I know we want to save that for when you get to your presentation, but how has that impacted the way you work?
Oh my gosh, that has been amazing, because we are here in the States, we're so used to having our inventory or our materials so ready and available to us, and it is not always that easy when you're on the continent, and so you have to do a lot of improvising. So what it did was it allowed me to think outside of the box with the tools that I was using, but also dealing with the minerals I may have been using, or slips that I may have been using, which slip is we'll talk about it later, but how to put the color onto the piece and actually create a body of work to allow it to be shown at the cultural center and in Kumasi for the Africans to see what African Americans are actually doing to show the diaspora of our continent and ourselves. So it's been lots and lots of fun.
Fantastic. Well, I'm very interested in seeing what's going to come about from your work and your involvement with the quarantine. Do you have any other expectations of the quarantine? For
it to be fun, because I am a fun person. So get ready.
Well, part of this, the quarantine, what we were able to do with Rosemary Tracy Woods, finding a grant for this project this year. It's the first time we've ever had a grant before to implement this project, is that we were able to give the artists a stipend for buying supplies. So how are you going, how you going to deal with that stipend? What you going to do? You got anything in mind? Are you trying to, are you want to keep it a secret? Look at that face. She already, because I'm looking forward to my shopping spree. I'm looking forward to my art supply shopping spree. I think I'm going to do it next week and film it.
Oh, wow. Dealing with clay, everything is ordered online. So basically I am going to buy a raku kiln. And so I'm thinking about how it's going to sit outside, and so that we can see everything just glow, and so that we can put debris in it, and so that we can see what it looks like. So yes, I'm excited about my raku.
Very, very cool. Well, yeah. I want to thank you so much for giving us an introduction to who you are. I'm going to bring Tracy Woods in just in case she wants to say hello. Hello, Rosemary. Say hello to Karen Clark.
Hi. Hi. Did you have your black eyed peas, and did the man walk in the front door?
Girl, you know it. I told my girlfriend said, well, I could drop off. I said, girl, you can't come through that door before some man come through here trying to give me bad luck. Get on out of here. I had to throw some salt behind you.
Hey.
So yes, Billy came through, and my grandson is going to come, and it's all good. I just want to say happy New Year.
Happy New Year
all
to
your
you.
dreams come true.
Amen.
And going forward with this 2021, this is a pilot program. You have and you will affect so many lives. I also want to tell you, look at that Spark application I sent you for Springfield here. We got to start broadening out.
Okay.
We're We're going to do that.
Oh yeah.
Most definite. It's just not down there and Richmond. I love Richmond too.
Oh, good. Well, come on down.
I will, and you guys all are gonna come on up too. We're gonna get ready.
Oh yeah. And
all right, Rosemary, we're going to get ready to let Ryan Murray into the studio.
Okay. Have
Check
a good day.
later. Thank you, darling. I want to thank you, Karen Clark. We will be looking forward to seeing more from you in the next coming months. We're going to start to bring you. You can say hello to my man, Ryan. Hello, Ryan. How are you?
Hi.
Hey,
Hi, Karen.
Ryan, I'll see you soon.
Thank you so much, Karen. We will be talking to you in the next couple of days.
All right. Ciao.
All right. How you doing there, Ryan?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm doing fantastic. Ryan, introduce yourselves to the public.
My name's Ryan Murray. I'm a spray paint stencil artist. I've lived in Springfield for 2 years, but I was raised in Northampton. And I do mostly work centered around mental health in the Black community and like the underrepresentation of mental health, and seeking to sort of like normalize those conversations. I've grown up with a lot of mental health issues, so hopefully through doing my body of work and hopefully over the next month of making this new work, hope to raise a lot of important conversations. In my spare time, I spray paint vinyl records. It's just a sort of hobby I picked up during the last 2 years of college to get some extra income, and I turned it into a moderately successful Etsy. I'm actually in the process of packing and shipping a record right now as we speak. But I'll probably be like working on some of that in between my larger works, and maybe seeing if I can incorporate that into like my larger body of work. What else? A large part of this next month for me will be getting out of my comfort zone in terms of like social anxiety. I am a very camera shy person, as Poncho and Rosemary know. So I'm going to try to be doing a lot of video diaries and things like that. I also have Instagram Live and TikTok. I'm probably like one of the youngest artists on this project. So I'm hoping to like utilize social media like that to reach out to a younger demographic.
Well, I think you're a wonderful addition to the group. You could definitely help an old man out with some of that stuff you're talking about now. I really like the part of your presentation where you said you wanted to do some speak on the subject of mental health, and you're doing it through your work. I have dealt with some areas of depression myself, and I would like at some point for you and I to have a real discussion about that live. The good thing about doing this process for all of the viewers is that we get a chance to really step into the world of creative beings, artists, and kind of understand how we work, how we flow. And we'll be having some discussions and workshops on things that are pertinent to artists. So if you know other artists that are out there, make sure you have them chime in on this creative quarantine on Facebook, because this will be up for 30 days. What are some of your expectations, Ryan, of the next 30 days?
Well, it's going to be really interesting in terms of process wise, because the way that I paint is like I'll take images of like stuff I draw, stuff I take pictures of, and stuff from the internet, and I create like a digital collage of that in Photoshop, and then print it out large scale, and then hand cut it, and then stencil it that way. And some of my works get pretty big, but due to the pandemic, the libraries have been shut down, my workplaces have been shut down, and so I don't really have access to a printer. However, thanks to a grant this past year from Mass Mocha's Assets for Artists, I was able to purchase a Cricut machine, which does most of the cutting for me. However, it's only up to a certain size. It's perfect for records, but I'm going to be experimenting with that machine a lot during a lot of this, and I'll also be doing like more freehand stuff than I'm used to.
Hmm. Well, you know, the quarantine is one of those places where, because we have a limit, and 30 days sounds like a lot, but we have limited time. It means that most of us will be doing experimental work. So, if you, what kind of experimental works would you be interested in pursuing, or is that something we're going to have to see as the time plays out?
Yeah, we might have to see. I did my shopping spree a couple days ago. I bought a lot of acrylic tubes along with spray paint, so I'm going to be using those.
Fantastic. Well, Ryan, welcome to the group. I think you're going to be a wonderful addition to what we're doing here. We are looking forward to what you decide to start posting in the next couple of days. Everyone understand that we will be live for the next 30 days. We will be probably posting a schedule of the hours that will be live each day as we get further into this process. We have 12 artists. All of them will be introducing themselves today. We had the great Charles Bibbs on earlier today, and he helped frame how we started this whole process and the importance of it. So I want to thank you, Ryan. We will be checking in with you later, and looking forward to seeing what you end up creating.
Thank you.
All right, now. Let's see here. So, y'all, what we're going to do is we're going to get a little bit of reminder of the artists that are participating. That's right. This whole show is about creativity. I'm gonna see if I can get my partner in crime back on the screen, Miss Louise. How you doing out there, Louise?
Wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. Did we post some of these nice, wonderful comments up yet? What we could have posted that with Ryan. Yes, taking the stigma out of speaking about mental health, bringing awareness to the truth. Wonderful.
I think people need to understand that artists suffer from depression more than most other people. Creative folks suffer from depression. We'll be talking about that subject and probably helping shed some light on ways to manage that. And, you know, there's all different levels of mental health and mental illness. And all of us require something different, but understanding where it fits in is something I think is going to benefit everybody.
All right. Somebody posted Ryan's Etsy shop. So make sure you guys check it out. We're hoping we'll definitely have more of the artists' websites and their different sites that you guys can check out. So just to let you know that we'll have those posted for you.
Fantastic. So I know a lot of you probably don't know when we say creative quarantine, what that looks like. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to take a little time between now and our next interview and show you some pieces that were created in the 2007 quarantine.
Now,
Hell, that's an idea of what some of the works are going to look like. We're going to start videotaping and doing lots of photography and as much documentation as we can as we get into this process. We have a lot in store. It's going to be an interesting next 3.5 to 4 weeks of work. I'm going to bring Rosemary Tracy Woods back in. I see her in the studio right now, so we're going to bring her in so we could chit chat for a minute. Hey, Rosemary, how you doing?
Hi, Pancho. How are you? Just because I'm in the studio don't mean I want to be on. I'm
That's
just
all right.
around here.
You better come up with some kind of a signal or something. If you got your crown on, you ready?
I'm ready. But I want to just thank the Springfield and all of Western Mass for supporting this endeavor.
Yeah, please go back through and explain to the how the TDI mass development works into this circumstance, so that we can make sure we give the proper attention to those folks.
Yes, well, TDI, the Mass Development Catalyst Grant is open. Letters of interest are due. If you're applying for a Catalyst Grant, I invite you to go onto their website and see what the criteria is. But the letter of interest is due. If you're interested in doing a project, this is the opportunity that you get to talk about your project, and they will contact you and see what other documentation you need. And then you have, I think, almost a month to fill the application out. And it's all about collaboration, doing things and bringing things, and how you can sustain the grant in the process. So I invite everyone to go into mass development. As you know, the Springfield Cultural Council grants were available, and they were also extended. However,
Hey, how's it going?
We're doing okay, having a few little technical and streaming difficulties here and there, but other than that, we're doing fine.
Wonderful. I love you.
Well, thank you. Thank you, Brenda Kincaid. Miss Eleanor Harris, thank you so much. We're just trying to keep things moving. So, Louise, what are you expecting from this quarantine?
What am I expecting? I'm actually expecting to get some work done because 2020 has been a lot of ups and downs, but not like downs. Just offering some different perspectives. I'll put it that way. I've actually looked at my entire life totally different in 2020, but I feel like everything has just opened up for me. And I'm just absolutely in love with what has transpired. I didn't get a lot of painting done. I started a lot of painting, but I didn't get a lot of it complete because I had so many projects going on. And that's why when you said, Louise, I want you to be an artist at this. I was up last night at 4:00 and I did like a small video blog, and I'm on my computer trying to get all of the stuff linked on Facebook. And I'm like, I know Pancho said he wanted me to be an artist, but right now I'm going to have to do some administrative stuff at 4 a.m. And so,
rather than us going through all of that, we were scheduling you for a little later on to do your introduction, but we might as well get your introduction out of the way now.
No.
Yes, we will do an introduction. You would do your artist introduction. We just mentioned that sentence. So now let's let the.
Well, but I had a really nice video I hadn't posted yet.
Well, we'll still have time.
We'll post my video. We'll post my video later at my actual time. So,
exactly. So why don't you give the viewers an opportunity to know who you are? You are my co-pilot in this project, but you're also an artist, and I want you to introduce yourself as the artist.
All right. Well, my name is Louise Cutler, and I am an artist. I'm a visual artist. I consider myself a creationist because I find that I create based on the creator. So I was created by the creator to create. So everything that I do, I feel that I am in a full state of creation all the time, at every moment, every given moment of my life. So it doesn't matter if I'm creating a painting or a bronze sculpture, or I'm creating beautiful children, or conversation, or music. Every aspect of my life is involved in a form of creation. I do painting and sculpting. I work in acrylic and metal leaf. And I also do bronze sculpting, which I'm hoping that I'll be able to let you guys see some. I'm hoping I have a piece here that I am going to do the mold, cast the mold for, and I'm hoping to walk you guys through the foundry when I take the bronze piece, when I take the mold down to the foundry. So I'll be able to walk you guys through the foundry, which should be fun. Foundries are so much fun to go and see, watch the process. So I'm hoping I'll be able to do that. But I'm also going to be working on some pretty amazing new things. I just started doing some wood pieces, and that's still pretty new to me. So I'll be working on those. And I did get back into oil painting. So I'll be working on a few of those too, because I know oil painting tends to take a little longer, but I got some stuff that helps it dry a lot quicker. So I'll be basically playing around with quite a few things. I have some leather that I'm going to be working with. I picked up some really great leather paint. I am just really excited. Would you just take me on?
No, you still there, babe. I'm just joining you.
So I'm just really looking forward to this whole entire experience, and just tapping into some new stuff like poncho. I added some lace to a piece, and I don't know if you saw it, but Poncho was talking about lace, and I'm doing this piece called Mother of All, and I draped her in this beautiful piece of lace, and I just can't wait to get back to that piece and finish it up. And I'm going to add some metal leaf into it because I'm big into gilding. I love doing that. And so it's going to be a very interesting mixed media piece. So I'm looking forward to that. And I'm also looking forward to finishing some of the pieces that I've started, like 2 years ago, 3 years ago, and it end up in the drawer. I have 2 books that I'm looking forward to finishing the drawings on. Actually, I only have 1 chapter left of one of the books, and I've put that thing on the back burner. 1 chapter, the last chapter, I've put that thing on the back burner for 2 years now, and I'm going to finish it during Creative Quarantine. I'm going to finish that last chapter of that book, and then the Book of Healings, I want to finish the paintings for. I have, right now, I have 5 paintings for that, and it's supposed to be 15 total, so I'm hoping to finish that book as well, or at least get at least another 5 of those paintings done for the Book of Healing. So definitely be watching out. I am going to be doing quite a few things, once I get my studio cleaned up, or at least partially cleaned up or moved around. But one of the things that I'm going to share on my video is that what you're going to get is the raw footage of Louise Cutler Studios. This is not the studio tour version, or hey, my studio is open to the public version. This is going to be the raw. This is where I work. This is where I live. This is where I sleep sometimes. You're going to get the actual raw version of Louise Cutler Studios in the flesh. So just be prepared for that.
I think that's going to be fantastic. I mean, the bottom line is that people really don't have an idea how we live and how we flow and what feeds into our creativity. So
they really don't.
Unlike you, I had set out to have a clean studio. Mm-hmm. When I started, it did not work out that way. I've already done some documentation of my studio as it is, and people will see that tomorrow.
And that's one of the things that I've worked on. I've just basically have been looking at it, and I'm like, you know what? I'm just going to let it flow and let it go. I think we got what did Kibibi joined in? What did she say? Looking forward to witnessing. Yes.
I think that's what it's all about. And, I think that what happens is as we get into the process, we'll be able to start articulating a little more about what that is as it goes. I think you'll see it. This is an unscripted show. It's going to be us attempting to show you what we're working on, how we work on it, what goes through our minds. We do not have a camera crew. Everybody is documenting this stuff with their personal devices, whether it be a phone, an iPad, their laptop, or whatever. So it's just going to be a different view. It's
Mhm.
and all we need you to do is to take the ride with us with an open mind. Yeah, I think you'll learn something because I know somebody
Right.
in your house is creative, and maybe if nothing else, we'll be able to adjust your mind for how to communicate or to exist and coexist with those people.
I think what did Rosemary say? Sorry, my extension. She said her extension cord clicked off, and I'll make sure that doesn't happen again. The the old folks technology. Rosemary is too funny.
So you're one of the few. How can I say this? You're married. You have children, and
Married with
you're
children.
trying to do a quarantine.
I know, and
What?
they've been
What?
pulling on me because today is our crab legs and chantilly cake morning, and they're like, "Mom, where are you?" That's where I've been going back and forth. So, and I was looking for my laptop so I could put it on the laptop, and I couldn't find that. And they're probably down there like, "Where is Mom right now?" Because she knows this is how we do the first day, but they got up late. You can see it's like 1 o'clock, and they just now. This is our breakfast. We're having our our crab leg breakfast. So that's it. It's you just have to juggle it. You do what you got to do, and you make it work. You make it work. And my kids are very understanding, which I love about them.
Well, and I'm also her kids are not toddlers.
No, they're not. But
We
it's I used to
we do have another artist that actually has a toddler, and the reason
right.
why making that differentiation is because artists come in all kinds, shapes, forms, and relationships, and we want you guys to get a chance to look at what it takes for a woman creator versus a men creators.
I
And
mean, it's totally different because I remember when my kids were younger and I used to go out and do art shows. But once they start saying, "Where's Mom?" I had to cut that back. I had to cut it back because it's okay if they're not wondering where I am. But once they start wondering where I was on those weekends, because since I lived in Colorado, I did a lot of out of state shows. I didn't do a lot of shows there. And once they start looking for me, then I felt that I needed to be there. And I've had people are like, "Louise, how come you don't do more shows?" That's like, because I'm a mommy. You're a daddy. You guys can be absent.
yeah,
Mommies
well,
can't.
the bottom line is that you just answered the question to why there are more men artists in the market than women.
Because moms just can't disappear on their children because they're the nurturers.
Yeah.
Dads are, they're fine with it. My husband was fine with me going to shows,
But at the same time, this is the 21st century, and we have some women on this list that have managed to do it even despite of. So you're just one.
But here was it. My husband was fine.
Yeah.
With it, not saying he didn't miss me and wanted to say, "Hey, hon," and because he's the one in '97, he's the one. He says, "I want you to pursue your art as a full-time career," and because and I'm like, okay, I don't even know what that looks like.
Yeah.
So, but yeah.
Well, we're going to take a short break and get ready for the next half of the people that are coming to do their introductions to you. So, do you have anything else you want to say, Miss Cutler?
I think that's it. Just make sure you guys tune in. We're here for 31 days. So make sure you guys tune in and be here with us. We'll be looking forward to hanging out with you and ask us questions because we love questions and we love your comments. So definitely comment, and ask us questions. And we'll be right back to hang out with you. Pancho, I'm going to send you another link so I can get this up on my desktop, on my laptop as well. So that way I can move around the house.
Sounds good. We'll be looking out. Hello, everybody. Just tuning back in. Took a little break trying to get artists lined up to give their introductions. Of course, today was just been that special day where we launch our program and try to give you an introductory to the 12 artists that will be participating. We've also had Charles Bibbs on. If you didn't get a chance to see that conversation, feel free to view the rerun of this. This will be up. All these shows will be available to view after we finish recording them. Gave you an opportunity to meet the person who's responsible for being able to host this project, and it was Rosemary Tracy Wood. She's my hero. She's my shero. And so hopefully you're getting a good taste of the different personalities that will be in the quarantine. We have people from all walks of life, different levels from professionals down to emerging. And we're trying to just give you an overview of who those people are. I'm going to get ready to introduce you to another artist by the name of LaShawn Beal. He is out of Texas. He is another one of the artists that have participated in the quarantine before, but I want to let him finish getting set up. I see Rosemary Tracy Woods is out there, but she says she don't want to be on the screen, so I guess I have to keep her out of it for right now. This thing is funny because artists are not used to being front and center. No, we like when you guys like our work. Yes, we do. But we're not used to really being front and center. And so this project is going to be a little different because people get a chance to really see the inner workings of how artists work. And I don't know where you can get an opportunity to see that anywhere else, you know. So we got a couple more artists who are going to be giving interviews. We got Lorraine McAlpine. We got Frankie Barrero. We got Deborah Shedrick. We got Michelle Vigent. We got Sheba Meyer. We got Kathleen DeQuince Anderson and Sheldon Smith coming up. They're all going to give their little short introductions so you can meet who they are. And starting tomorrow, we'll begin to start broadcasting again. Now, right now, our schedule is not set just yet, but we will be trying to do some broadcasting every day. Just be checking out Facebook at Art for the Soul Gallery. Also be checking out Facebook on Creative Quarantine. We're also located on Instagram and on YouTube. So you can find the show. What I'm going to do first is I'm going to bring Miss Lorraine McAlpine into the studio and give you an introduction to her. Let's see here. Hello, Lorraine McAlpine. How are you?
Hi there. I'm good.
How are you making
How
out?
are you?
Happy New Year to you, Lorraine.
Oh, Happy New Year to you and to all your guests, everyone that's listening.
Well, hopefully you are getting ready for the fun we're about to have. Tell everybody a little bit about yourself, Lorraine, so they can get an idea of who you are.
Okay, I've been painting, Larry, for many, many years. Off and on, I've developed my own loose style that I love. I paint with oils, in the past I've painted with watercolor and gouache and maybe some acrylic. But now, I've developed this love of paint. So that's basically what I've been doing. And what I do is I start with a 6x6. I don't know if you can see this, but I start with a small painting, and if I like it, I go to a larger painting like the one. I don't know if you this one, but I go to a larger format. But it's just a loose style. My two favorite artists are Van Gogh and Claude Monet. So that's the kind of style that I like. That's the style that works for me and speaks to me. I began my career as a commercial artist. I went to Art Institute of Boston. When I graduated, I was offered a major position as a fashion illustrator for a company, Forbes and Wallace, which is one of the larger department stores here in Springfield years ago. It's closed by now, but it was one of the big stores. And I did all the advertising with newspapers. So the fashion illustrations newspaper ads. And then I moved from Forbes and Wallace to New York and got a job as staff artist for S. Klein, which was another fashion job on 28th Street in New York, which was really a nice thing. After New York, I moved back to Connecticut, where I raised my family and worked as advertising manager for G. Fox and Company, which is another store that's gone out of business, but I had a wonderful job there for many years. After that, I was offered a job at J.C. Penney to manage 19 stores in the Eastern region, all the advertising, all the newspaper advertising, the circulars, the whole thing. So I have a heavy background in art. But once I left, but then as you can tell, I started going into management. And what I did is I accepted a position at Diageo, which back then was called Hublin. And they're the brand, that's the company that really manages the Smirnoff vodkas, the Jose Cuervos, the Bailey's Irish Cream. And I worked on all those brands, developing creative programming for on-premise and off-premise. So that was good, really good stuff. I was there for 10 years, so I have, many years behind me. When I left, I was director of promotion planning and development. And then I went on to another job that was offered to me in New Jersey, and it was with a company called William & Sons, and they own various Scotch brands. So I worked on Glenfiddich as their United States brand manager. But I had the experience of working throughout Europe. The advertising office was in London, but I went from London to Scotland to France. So I had that travel. But anyway, all that said, when I got back here to Springfield, I took a class at the museum school. We have a museum art school here in Springfield. Class because I really directing other art.
Hey, Pancho. Okay. I'm having a muted sound. Give me a second. I am not picking my mic up. So I'm going to go off because I'm having some technical difficulties because I can't hear you. Can you hear me? Okay, and I can't hear you, and I don't have your muted. So I'm going to remove myself.
I don't know what happened.
Can you guys hear me? We're going to move over again and have everybody's having some technical difficulties. I just want to explain that sometimes in this live world, you know, everybody's having issues with um, the internet. The internet is really overloaded right now between us teleworking and working from school, and it could be a challenge sometimes, and it affects everybody's flow. I'm sure that we're going to be we call them the live gremlins. We will probably be experiencing a few live gremlins as we do this program. Everybody is trying to learn their technology, and we're working from phones, we're working from laptops, desktops, a little bit of everything. So bear with us as we make the adjustments. But I am going to switch over to my man, LaShawn Beal. Hopefully by now he has his thing together for his interview.
All right, I can hear you now.
He's
So
running
I'll be
back
back
to get in front of the camera. So I think I'm gonna go with the person that's available first. I'm going to add Mr. Frankie into the stream.
Oh,
What's happening, Frankie Barrero? How are you, brother?
all right. How you doing?
Doing fantastic, Frankie. Everybody's having technical difficulties today, so I hope it's not just a Springfield thing that's happening. How you feeling, man? Happy New Year to you.
I know. Happy New Year to everybody. Shout out to everybody throughout the country. It was quiet. I slept through it. I don't stay up nowadays. I was by myself. I got my rabbit, so
no
just
problem.
watched the movie and passed out.
Hey, sometimes the simplest is the best way to go. I had a very quiet New Year's this evening. As a matter of fact, I was painting my first few pieces just before 12 midnight. So I'm already started. Frankie, this is an introduction to the folks that are watching. Please give them a little bit of background on who you are and tell us a little bit about your story.
All right. Well, I grew up in New York. I, like everybody else, like a lot of people, pretty in the poverty section. My mom didn't speak too much English, and it was us living in a shack. But my introduction to art came around 5 years old, drawing the Mickey Mouse, typical Snoopy characters, that kind of thing. It was discovered early on. I was colorblind, so I don't see colors. I really didn't notice because when you're born like that, you can care less. And I cared more about the detail and shading and that kind of thing. So that was more my focus. And like I said, we grew up dirt poor in the Bronx, and my backdrop was Son of Sam, and what was it? The blackout. There was a blackout for days in New York, and it was just a hectic environment. And my mom, I don't know how in the world you mothers do these things that you can pull it off with the kids. It's impressive, and she managed it. So we went to Massachusetts and grew up in Massachusetts, in Worcester, at 10 years old. And I don't know how pertinent it is, but I do want to volunteer this, that we went through a rampant, my brother, my sister, time of abuse, physical abuse. We had a very abusive stepdad. So we spent a lot of time in battered women's shelters, and all the time. And I was always grounded for something. But needless is that was my time to do the art. I spent a lot of time doing art and working on drawing doodles and stuff like that. But it was more therapeutic. And by that time, ended up the hip hop time started, working with graffiti, started doing graffiti, tagging and all that stuff. Beat Street, the break-in era came. So that was my thing. I was hooked on that for a while. Throughout my teenage years, that was pretty much it. And then growing up in, once I graduated high school, got into college, but I really wasn't into anything at that time. So I got trained in dentistry, worked in dental. And in that time, I was also doing art, but it was more like a hobby kind of thing. I wasn't interested in doing anything with it. So I focused more on dentistry. But by that time, it was 96, I got a scholarship to go to the Art Institute of Atlanta, of all places. I took it and I went to Atlanta, but it was miscommunication because and it was my fault. I always thought art was art, and this was graphic design. So I tried to take a semester of graphic design, and I just couldn't do it. I don't know, digital art just didn't appeal to me. And at this time, I was more focused on infectious diseases and Ebola for some reason. I had a fascination with working hot zones and all that stuff in Africa at this time. And I tried to do it in the military. The thing about the military, I passed it and did great with it, but then came the colorblind test, and they gave me 15 questions, 15 things to look at. I got the first one right and failed all of them. So that limited my job to, if I entered the military, laundromat specialist. That wasn't going to happen. So I stayed with dentistry as a civilian. And at that time, I got offered an opportunity, or always pay attention to what people say, and just there's always opportunities going on. I was offered an opportunity that 11 people rejected, was to work with infectious diseases, a project called Mercy Mobile. And what we had to do was oral surgery on AIDS patients. 11, like I said, I was number 11. 10 people have rejected. They said, no way, we're not working with that. And I wanted to, and gave it a shot. So that took off. And I still kept drawing, but it was more, do this for my son and that kind of thing, do for my kids, petty stuff. And I wasn't really into it. I focused on dentistry till about, 2007, 2005 was interesting because I met people, and through networking, you'll see my future pictures and stuff. I got to meet all kinds of people. I ended up doing Russell Simmons' portrait, and I'll show you that. All kinds of little opportunities. But that was another thing I wasn't interested in, was hip hop apparel. At that time, they were doing FUBU, Fat Farm. Oh gosh, there was a whole bunch of them. Michigan, everyone had a clothing line. It just didn't get me. I was more into fine arts. But then I still kept it going with dentistry. In 2007, I landed an opportunity to lead a team in pediatric dentistry. I said, okay, I'll do it. They threw me in the water with that one, but the training was phenomenal. And I excelled with that big time, especially with the city of Springfield. Just like, wow. By this time, 2008, I'm sorry, I was given a leadership meeting in the morning. My face went numb. That's when I got my first, I got a transient ischemic attack. That was in 2010. So that put me out of work for a while and let me focus on my art, my therapy. But back to work in 2010, another obstacle. I get chest pain. Chest pain turns into heart attack, and I need heart surgery. Of course, I don't believe this because I'm thinking, okay, how did this happen if I don't have any kind of habits? I mean, you got the wrong person, but nope, they had the right person. I have a coronary history. So that was my first heart attack, 38 years old. And that was a little thing coming back. And again, relying on my artwork. Then came, continued working, but I got promotion. So I ended up being a trainer in pediatric patient management throughout the country. So I've been everywhere except Colorado and a couple other states, but I traveled a lot. And with that came alcohol. Started drinking, and just little demons there, here and there with that. But thank God I didn't stay with that habit. I was just staying in so many hotels, and made it a little addiction for a while. But in 2015, Wednesday, 2015, I was auditing an office in Springfield. Springfield was my last stop, and I was auditing an office. That day I decided to ride a bike for exercise, ironically. And I don't know, I guess I was hit from behind, a hit and run, and I was in a coma for a while, for a long time. And just from that point on, it's like God took the snow globe and shook it, and I had to wait for everything to settle, to land, to make sense of what happened. Tuesday, I'm the leader, the boss, and Wednesday, I'm in a coma, disabled. Then I remember having to learn how to talk and eat. But funny thing is, I also remembered I had a portrait of some kind of finish. So, little things like that. And then came the seizures and stuff like that. So health-wise, it's funny because those are my biggest obstacles. Nothing else. As far as I landed in Springfield, Springfield took me in, the city of Springfield, not only, for the traumatic brain injury, the seizures, the stroke, the TBI, all that stuff, heart attacks, heart surgery, Springfield. And then I land here disabled in 2019 and start with art. I think I was here a week. Yeah, about a week. And there was a mural project going on. So I immediately gravitated to that. After that, met Miss Tracy Woods from Art for the Soul Gallery. What an amazing person she is. And the connections through that, since that time, it's been thriving. My art's been thriving. But I would say not the secret or the reason for my success is more for I don't care about the money. I'm not so money driven as I am alive and the ability to thrive with the art. So that's a big deal. I can't hear you. I'm sorry.
I was off camera and I was listening to your story. Yeah, I got to get used to hitting this microphone button. I get it backwards every now and then. Just listen to your story off camera, man. You are the last of the gladiators, brother. I'm telling you. It's really an honor to have you a part of our group. I hope that you'll be able to utilize this to tap into more of your creativity. People need to hear the struggles, the things that we've overcome. Wow, you a bad dude. When I'm in the alley and it's getting dark, I want you there to have my back.
I mean, it's just resilience. It's the law. I mean, it's survival. You have to. No
Oh
matter
man, but it shows in your work, Frankie. And it's going to be real interesting to see what you're able to create during this quarantine. Let me ask you this question: What are you hoping to achieve during this quarantine?
appeal, mass appeal
Mm-hmm.
to. I mean, when I say mass appeal, it's more. I have a couple projects lined up already, but in this quarantine, I want to do something with an emphasis on unity, not us against them, but somehow blend us with a new year.
Mm-hmm. Well, I think with all that we've gone through in 2020, that's probably going to show up in everybody's work. So you'll get to see how that manifests with other artists. I know I have had some things I've been wanting to get out of me all year, so I can only imagine what's going to transpire through each artist in this quarantine. So, thank you so much, Frankie, for coming in, explaining who you are, and introducing yourself to the crew. I think the artists are going to really enjoy working with you, and I think the public is going to enjoy seeing your work. And man, your story is important, and so I hope you'll share more with us about.
I really enjoyed the story. It was great to hear your story, Frankie.
Well, thank you. Sorry for the backdrop.
Oh no, what's wrong with the backdrop?
Actually, that's
I like it.
We like it.
No, I tried to block off the institution thing.
That's all right. It's all good. It works out fine. So yeah, Frankie, we want to thank you. We'll be tuning in to you later in the week. Remember, we'll be broadcasting every day. Everybody's going to be starting their work up and starting to submit their stuff. So I'll be looking forward to seeing what you produce, Frankie.
All right, man. Look forward to working with y'all. Thank you.
All right, man. You take care of yourself, Frankie.
Bye, Frankie. He has quite the story.
No, that's a we are. The funny thing is that that's the kind of stuff that people never even take the time to think about when they see art. They don't see the stuff behind the art, because I think when most people share their stories, people will be, it's going to resonate with a lot of people.
Right. I think that's why I think these kind of shows are very important.
So we're going to get ready to let our friend in, Mr. LaShawn.
Mr. LaShawn Deal is coming. What's up, LaShawn?
Hey.
Already like this.
Hey.
What's going on?
How you guys doing?
We're doing fine.
I've been listening in this whole time, pretty much the whole time, to all the different people, and it is amazing how a lot of the stories of these artists are intertwined. So much that's in common.
It's true, because we all go through these different challenges, and people don't know much about that kind of stuff,
Right.
Yeah.
People don't always know the child, like the depression and all that kind of stuff. I used to tell people I didn't realize I was depressed when I lived in Chicago. When I lived in Chicago until I came to Colorado, where it was sunny.
Yeah, well, I didn't know what it was either. I'm from Baltimore. I just thought I was having a bad day.
No.
You didn't know it's PTSD.
That's right. So I think the thing that we're making light of that for people who are viewing. We're not making light of depression, and but we are saying that we are identified with it, and it's such as it runs along the creative line. So a lot of times people don't understand certain things that we have to deal with, and we'll be able to articulate some of that in some of our conversations, our group conversations on this show. for the rest of the month. So if you got other artists that you know need to get some input, make them watch the show. They can find us on Facebook at the Art for the Soul Gallery and at Creative Quarantine.
And
You can also find it on my YouTube.
we'll be putting a link out on the Creative Quarantine, and that link you can use that link every day, and it'll take you to the broadcast.
So, LaShawn, we're going to give you the floor, man. Tell us a little bit about your background and how you got involved in the arts.
Okay. Well, my name is LaShawn Beal, and I've been involved with arts for probably close to 40 years or so. I first got interested in arts when I was in the 3rd grade, consciously interested in arts in the 3rd grade. And I was fortunate enough to have teachers that saw my potential and helped foster it. And that worked for me all the way through high school. Great teachers and the whole staff, actually, not just the art teachers, but some of the other teachers as well. And they played a pivotal part because it was through them, some of the other teachers, that I started getting commission work. And when I got that first commission when I was in the 5th grade, I was totally hooked. I had the bug. I wanted to pursue art as a career. Although for me in the city of Detroit, there were no examples. There were none, literally none, that I could literally look up to and say, okay, I can go to this person or that person and get inspired, other than my teachers. So that proved to be challenging, but I was up to the challenge. Growing up in Detroit, you have a hustle mentality. So I used that mentality. I went around my city. I would go to different organizations, different buildings, locations, and find different places where I could put my work on display and sell it. I also sold work not only to the staff at the school, but I would sell artwork to the students' parents. I was truly getting my hustle on. By the time I got to high school, and one of my biggest influences was my high school teacher, Mr. Hollier, Warren Hollier, and we're still in touch to this very day. As a matter of fact, I just spoke to him yesterday. He really turned me on to a lot of the aspects of art, other than just the drawing part of it, but dealing with graphic designs, all sorts of different things. He exposed me to a lot. And so with that exposure, it really helped me to blossom and take my game to another level. By the time I graduated high school, I had been working as a graphic illustrator for a few years. And when it was time to graduate, I was trying to figure out what I was going to do. And I ended up, a friend of mine had went into the Marine Corps, and he had came back, and he convinced myself and a couple other friends that may be a way we need to go. So I signed up for the Marine Corps. I didn't realize that until I had a party when I was about to leave, that my art teacher had gotten a scholarship for me for art school. So that was one of those things I would say what could be a regret in my life, but not necessarily, because I wouldn't exchange anything that I went through for something that never happened. So went into the military. I spent 10 years in the Marine Corps. During that time, I traveled extensively around the world and learned a lot of things for dealing with a lot of different cultures, as far as things I was able to apply to my art later on. Now, mind you, through this whole 10-year period, I was still doing my artwork, and I was selling it to instead of teachers, I was sending to other Marines, as well as the various communities that I lived in doing those various tours. I spent my first tour in North Carolina, which was mostly spent overseas. But I still did some things in that area. Then my second tour, I went to California, and I really got in the community there. Started doing some shows around town and so forth. And then my next tour took me to Maryland. And while I was in Maryland, I really stepped my game up as far as being exposed to communities, because not only was I running around Baltimore doing things, I also was running around DC and doing things there as well. Kept me quite busy. So around that period, while I was in DC in the Maryland area, as I was making my rounds, I was starting to hear about this other artist all the time. And people would say, "Hey, do you know Pancho? Pancho was just here." And and I hadn't met him at that stage. So eventually, one day, we eventually met, and we exchanged our stories about how people are always talking about one of us to the other all the time. We really were working the city of Baltimore really, really strong. That's his home. He really, really was working it. And I was just coming in visiting, a visitor. And I had a great time there. He and I created a great bond that has lasted to this very day. He is definitely my brother from another mother. And after I left Baltimore and I got out of the military, I moved to Texas. And when I moved to Texas, I was fortunate enough to come across another great artist by the name of Burford Evans, a much senior guy. I think Burford was probably in his 60s when I met him. So he was a big influence to me as far as starting to understand the applications of color, what colors work well together and so forth. I had an idea, mind you, I had been painting and drawing since, the third grade. So I had some skills, not only in the painting and drawing, but working in other mediums as well, clay, textiles, doing murals and everything. So, but with him, he really helped me hone in my artistic signature. And I am forever grateful for that. But while that was going on, I was still showing artwork in different cities. I still had my connections in Maryland. I was still selling art to different galleries there. And one of the galleries represented me there, which was Gallery 19, I think it was Gallery 1990. And a gentleman came in there, and he was a publisher. He saw my work, and he told his cousin about me. His cousin contacted me. They wanted to do a project with me. So after talking with them, and the very first project that we ended up doing was a serigraph. So for you that don't really know what a serigraph is, that is it's considered original graphics. It's reproductions that is pulled by hand, and each color is applied to the paper at a time. So each one in itself is different. No two serigraphs are going to be exactly alike. It's a big risk to start doing something like that with an artist because it's very expensive to do those. But we did that project, and they sold out probably in about 6 months, which is record-breaking for something like that. And that's my career just shot up from there. So over the decades, I've started expanding, going to different cities, doing shows, enjoying that, meeting other artists, building up friendships with galleries, as well as the artists themselves. And it has been a very interesting experience for me.
Well, man, I'm glad to have been a a part of a couple of those chapters. We've done a lot of things together over the years.
Yes.
Deshaun Beal took me to get my first shrimp basket in Detroit. LaShawn Beal was also the person that introduced me to South Park, the cartoon.
Oh man, that would ever be
LaShawn Beal in a hotel room, a shrimp basket, and watching South Park. You know we must be joined at the hip somewhere. I know Louise is off camera now, shaking her head, saying South Park.
Yes.
Well,
yes,
you know,
yes.
I was telling
It's
people
a shame. It's a shame. That's all I want to say.
You gotta live it, Louise. You gotta live it. You gotta experience it to understand.
Yeah,
That's all to
I
it.
would have had a whole lot of jars out for you all.
So, LaShawn, you know, I told everybody earlier as we were doing the introductions to the 12 artists that you were one of the first artists to do a virtual, actually the second to do a virtual. When me and Charles did our first quarantine in 2006, Cynthia St. James was working virtually from her studio while we were actually quarantined together. Me, you, and Charles Bibbs did a quarantine back, I believe, in 2009. And we worked from our studios because we couldn't find housing and arrangements at the last minute. So what could you offer the artists that are participating now in this quarantine from that experience of working from your own studio back then?
Okay. Well, what I want to say first is I want to say thank you to Rose for putting this together. And I want to say thank you to Pancho as well as Louise for all the things that you guys have done to help make this thing a reality. This is truly another chapter of something that's probably one of the first, and definitely, you know, something for the books. And just to get a little bit more background on that right quick, just a few months ago, we did another event, which was the first virtual art festival, which was spearheaded by Louise and assisted by Pancho. So there's a lot that has happened in the past few months here. Just awesome, some awesome things. You two cats, yeah, y'all got it going on. As far as the stuff that
LaShawn, you weren't looking at the screen to see what she put on the screen.
I did.
Yeah. That's what we're working with here, y'all.
You know what?
We be the bomb. I just need a .com.
And that's what this experience is going to be for at this event. It's going to be the bomb. I am so looking forward to it. As far as this past adventures that we've done, I would say that, like what Charles has said and Pancho has said, it is a growing experience. You won't be the same. You won't be the same. If you're applying yourself, you won't be the same. If you reach out to other artists and experiment with them, you're definitely going to grow. You have no choice but to. And that's the sad part about this, is that we're not face to face where you can really vibe with that kind of energy. It's going to be, really interesting to see how it works out in this digital format. But I think
that's why I asked you the question, LaShawn, because you actually worked on the first virtual one where we didn't even see each other. We just made a pact. Okay, January the 1st, we're going to work 3 weeks on work, and we just started working. And the connection was the work. It wasn't like we weren't on the phone talking to each other every day. We just was cranking out work, posting it, and that's how this went down. So this is different because we do, although we're not in the same room, get a chance to interact with each other digitally. And I think it's going to expose some things that we probably wouldn't have been able to expose another way.
Oh, indeed. I think this is far better than back in the day, because we didn't have this platform. So that in itself, now we can instantly look at someone's work and say, okay, cool, let me see what I can do with something like that. So this is really going to be interesting. I think this is going to be a game changer for the industry itself. So I am so looking forward to this, great anticipation. I know it's going to be great. It has no choice but to be great.
Well, thank you, my brother, for giving that introduction. I think folks are going to be really mesmerized when they see you cut loose, because I have worked with you before, and this guy's a beast. He is, once he focuses in, he's just another whole kind of person. So thank you again, LaShawn. We're going to get ready for our next artist. And for right now, I want to reintroduce you to this project. I don't even know. Look at that. Y'all caught Louise with shoveling a big old fork of food in her face.
Cake.
The cake.
Yes, it's our holiday cake season.
It
I
looked
told
like
you.
a pile of rice.
That's because it's all gone.
That looks good. That looks good. So yeah, we are working it through our introductions. We got a couple people coming up shortly. Deborah Shedrick out of Alabama. We have.
She's in the queue.
Yeah, we got Michelle Vigent. Oh, we're gonna go right into the queue with Deborah Shedrick.
Miss Shedrick is on time. All right, girly girl.
All right, how you doing, Deborah?
And she's looking good.
She's dancing and coordinated and everything. Got matching earrings. Whoa!
She got that
coiffure all day long.
All right, we're going to get underway, y'all. So, Deborah Shedrick, will you please? I'm going to introduce you to Deborah Shedrick. She's out of Atlanta, Georgia. No, she's out of Alabama.
He can't keep up with all the places.
I know. She's been in Baltimore, New York. I can't keep up. Atlanta, LA. She's a globetrotter.
I got it from my father.
Yeah, she currently hails in Montgomery, Alabama.
I was born in Alabama.
Please introduce yourself to the viewers.
Here is me.
That's right. Tell us a little bit about your story.
Okay, I became a professional artist in my 30s. I was born an artist. I doodled before I could write my name. I always did the boards in school, in elementary school, when it came to decorate the bulletin boards or whatever. I always raised my hand for the project. So I was known as the elementary school artist, but I really didn't. I knew I liked to create, but I didn't really know I could be an artist. So when I went to college, I majored in something that I could get a job in corporate America. But I soon tired of that. I was living in Detroit at the time. I fell on the ice one too many times and said, this is it. I am going to California and I am going to pursue art. So basically that's how I got started. So when I landed in California, but I had a son, he was 6 years old. I dropped him off at my parents here in Alabama, and I took a flight to California. I stayed with a cousin of mine, found a job, got a place. Then I sent for my son. Well, lo and behold, there's this newspaper in my yard. It was a community throwaway newspaper. So I picked it up, and there was an artist named Avery Clayton that was giving classes through the Deltas. He was giving classes sponsored by the Deltas, and he was teaching senior citizens. And I went to him and said, you know, I had just turned 30, I think, and it was like, can I take your class? And he asked me if I had any experience. I said, well, I know how to draw, but I never held a paintbrush. So he was like my first mentor. And about 2 years later, he was in a show at Fox Hills Mall, and he asked all the students if they wanted to participate and they could put one painting in. I put my one painting in, and everybody wanted to buy it, and that's when my profession started. Fox Hills Mall, Los Angeles, California, around I guess that show was in like 1988. Where did everybody go? I only see myself.
Well, you know, I was eating my popcorn on the side with the story to heat up.
Shut up.
So, Deborah, I'm going to chastise you a little bit because you are one of the veterans of the group of artists that's with me. You have worked with me. No, actually, you've worked with me twice, and so has LaShawn. So, you've done the first quarantine we ever did on steroids. Can you recount what 2006 LA quarantine, what that did for you?
I was so happy to be in LA because it was in January and I can't stand the cold. So I was probably the happiest artist there. But I had another project going on. Mm-hmm. So, and the people that I was working with, their main office was in Marina Del Rey. So I got a chance to work on my project, plus do the quarantine. And most of the paintings that I did in the quarantine, I used them for the project I was working on. So that was like, I was in heaven. That was a good year, art-wise for me.
Yeah. And I know you went through some withdrawal because while you being in LA, you hadn't been there for a while, but you were also very focused on working. So tell us how that felt.
Well, when it comes to my art, I'm very focused. That's probably the only thing that I don't have to be nudged to do is to create. So creating is just natural for me. It's like breathing. So all I have to have is some junk and I will create something out of it. So yeah. But working with the other artists, that was new for me because, I'm a loner. I'm in my little, what do you call crazy scientists that's in their basements? That's me. So, I had to be around other artists, which, I grew,
Yeah. It's really,
I had fun with it.
30 days is a long time.
Yeah, I remember you saying, well, everybody can pick the music they want each day. And when it came to my time to pick the music, I don't want any music. So you guys had a quiet day that day. I don't want any music. So.
Well, that's the fun part is that, talk about a little bit about just working with Charles and working with, I think at the time we were working with Gwen Redfern.
Yeah.
Was.
Yeah, we did some amazing work because when you work with other artists and see their process, you develop some of that process, you see where you could do things better, you just become more creative. That's the best learning situation is to work with other artists. And our collaborations were great. And I don't think I have one piece from that collaboration that I didn't do.
I don't have any pieces left from those quarantines. As a matter of fact, what I can say is that every quarantine we've ever done, all of those pieces are gone. Tell them how many pieces we created. I know if you can remember how many pieces.
I can't remember what happened this morning, honey.
I think we created about 120 something pieces between that group. Yeah.
As a group? Yeah.
Our exhibition is 626 Gallery. We had more pieces created than we could put on the wall.
Yeah. It was an experience.
It's humbling to see that when you come into something, because in that case back then it was 3 weeks. So it's humbling to come in and start on day one, and then in 3 weeks you've accumulated a body of work and you've been in the quiet. I tell people that when people ask me what it was like, it's like being able to meditate for 3 weeks. It's like I feel closest to God when I'm creating. And so to be in an environment and then you look over and everybody's looking down and they're just focused on their thing, it's a transferring energy that happens when something like that happens. So I can't explain the euphoria that most artists would feel if they allow themselves to feel it. Because that's the biggest issue. But I appreciate you being one of our firm partners. I know you could definitely benefit from this after 2020 and being able to get down. And everybody's ready. I think what happened is that before COVID, artists were quarantined anyway. So now that we could be quarantined with no excuses, most of us just blossom and open up like flowers because we're being with ourselves and being in this zone where we have some place to go, where a lot of people don't have places to go. Yeah. So if you were going to give a recommendation to the artists that are participating that are new, what would it be?
It would be let your comfort zone leave you. Don't try to leave your comfort zone. Just be you. Because you really didn't pick, I'm going to be an artist. I think the art picked you. So whatever you have in your mind is like starting a new painting. It's not going to be what you planned it to be anyway. It's going to take a life of its own. So just let the experience take a life of its own, and you're going to have so much fun doing this, really. Mm-hmm. Just, tapping in with the other artists is a gem in itself.
Well, I'm waiting for my. I was told that there was some abstract paper floating around for collaborations. When is my tube coming?
I haven't started yet, but I have blank paper.
Is it blank white? Well, I think I'm gonna get my paper out to you guys this coming week.
I'm waiting for man too, because I could have swore she sent out an email asking who wanted to collaborate with her.
Yeah, well, hey, look, every last one of y'all can blame it on the mail.
Deborah can't because she still got hers in her hand.
And it's white. Last time I heard they were already coated.
Well, maybe that's the coating.
Yeah, maybe she painted it white.
I'm gonna work on that this evening.
Well, I want to thank you, Mr. Boris Shedrick, for shedding some light on your background. We are looking forward to see what transpires in the next couple of weeks. Mm-hmm. Gather that content, and we will be seeing you as the days progress.
I'm looking forward.
Is it going to be tomorrow?
Oh, it started today.
Yeah, so that blank piece of paper better be
right. That's right.
I'm gonna make an airplane out of it.
Yeah. And I'm already concerned because Karen Clark was in her studio, and LaShawn, he's been moving from left to right all day.
LaShawn's video of him opening all of his supplies up. LaShawn is for real. LaShawn scanned me. I'm like,
that's all right. That's what it's all about. Well, I want to thank you, Deborah. We will be seeing you later in the week.
See you, Deborah.
Thank you. How did my co-host end up laying on the sofa eating cake? Man, I tell you, she's she's done her part for the day.
That's right. I'm moving around.
That's right. You be a multifaceted. So we got a couple more interviews coming up, y'all. We got Michelle Vigent. We got Sheba Maya. We got Kathleen DeQuince Anderson and Sheldon Smith still coming up. I hope you guys have been able to follow what's been happening. We will be broadcasting a show on Facebook on the Art for the Soul Gallery page and the Creative Quarantine page.
Right.
Louise can tell you the other pages that it'll be.
We also have we actually have an event page, and that we will be sharing. And there's a link that will be. I'm going to put the link on all the pages, so that way you'll be able to. Because sometimes it's hard to find it on a page, but we'll be sharing that link, and you can take that link and share it anywhere on Facebook, and we'll also be sharing the YouTube link. So those people that don't have a Facebook, they can watch it on YouTube. You can share the YouTube link also on Instagram, so that other people on Instagram can also join in. They could join in via YouTube.
And you can also see it on my YouTube channel as well.
Right. So we'll see it on your YouTube channel.
Locations throughout the month. And hopefully you guys, if you have artists in your family or you know artists, tell them to watch. It's going to be a lot.
Definitely want and share. Share
it on your page, share it on your friends' pages. Also, if you are interested in expanding your collection, all of the works here are original pieces. We have great, we're going to have some great offerings. We'll probably try to do a couple of sales before this whole process is over. We're also planning an exhibition at Art for the Soul Gallery sometime next month at the end of this quarantine, where upwards of 40 pieces may be at that exhibition. That's going to be really depending on what's happening with social distancing, and so we're just playing it by ear. But in either case, we will be doing an exhibition at Art for the Soul Gallery either way. My girl, Rosemary, is in the queue, but I'm not going to bring her in because she don't have her light on her face. To ask her a couple questions about the gallery. But she says just because she's in the queue doesn't mean she wants to be on screen.
She got a big old grin on her face.
I know, I'm going to let her in anyway. Look at her. She's just having fun of us laughing at.
She's been sending me all these private messages on this private chat line.
Look, and she chose to mute herself, so we can't unmute her.
Rosemary, unmute her.
I'm in the kitchen trying to get me a smoothie and get me some other goodies up in there. She was talking about crab legs and cake got me hungry. But yeah, come on to Art for the Soul. I got enough room. You can social distance because you can stand in one spot and I'll be at the cash register. It's no problem. Come in. Under the
What'd you say, Rosemary? Just push it that way.
Yeah. Hey, Rosemary, I know I'm gonna ask you a crazy question. What's the square footage of that gallery? That gallery's big.
Oh, you talking about y'all do 100 pieces? We get all 100 in. Do not send anything that you want to keep as a memento. Oh, I can't start with that. If you send it my way, I'm selling it.
I'm sending everything.
That's right. That's
that stuff. And Billy will build some walls to put work on.
That's right.
Don't worry about it.
So we are promising you that's what we're planning to do. That's part of what this is all about. We will not only are we going to have a physical exhibition at Art for the Soul Gallery of the works created, we will also be preparing a virtual exhibition from that you can still get online and see what we're doing. So we're trying a lot of landmark things at one time with this project. And so hopefully you guys will stay in tune and pass the word to your friends.
Pass the word around. Yes.
Exactly. Well, thank you, Rosemary. I just wanted to mess with you and let you. She says she can do social distancing because you can stand over there and she's going to be at the cash register. That should be a t-shirt right there by itself. All right. We will be checking in with you, Rosemary.
And we take MasterCard, Visa, layaway. If you see stuff you want, put $1 down and $1 coming up.
And Diners Club.
That's right. We take it all.
All right. Now we'll check in with you later, Rosemary.
All right.
I think we got somebody came in the room.
That's just some people are viewing from in the room, so we got to make sure they know where to go look.
Oh, okay.
We got a couple of interviews coming up right now. It's 5:07, and we're a little bit ahead schedule, so we're just going to go back here and let you guys see what we're trying to do here and introduce you to all of the artists at one time. For those of you that just tuning in,
there you go.
Hello, darling. How are you? Happy New Year. So, everybody, how's everybody going out there? We're just trying to give you the introductions to the 12 artists that are participating this year in the Creative Quarantine Springfield. We started at 2 o'clock. We've introduced you to quite a few of them. We have about 3 more left. The Creative Quarantine is a residency program. It's like a retreat where artists work together for a sustained period of time. In this case, the sustained period of time will be 4 weeks. What will happen in that period of time is that artists will be really in their studios focusing on creating work. And in this case, where the Creative Quarantine was intended for us to be in one space because of the current COVID restrictions, we have decided to make this program virtual. And so now artists are trying to work from their own studios. We're using a StreamYard and other streaming technology so we can stay connected, and we're going to do it anyway. I also think what's going to happen through this process is that you're going to get exposed to some things that you probably wouldn't get a chance to be exposed to, even if you did attend the Creative Quarantine yourself. So I think that's very exciting. We're pushing the envelope here, trying to broadcast for 30 days and to give you as much of an overview of each artist and what they're working on over that period of time. As you can see, we're talking to most of the artists that have been featured this morning. All of them are very, very excited about getting started. So I actually got started last night, y'all. I started painting about 8 o'clock, 7:30, 8 o'clock. And I painted through the new year and probably wrapped up around 1 o'clock or something like that. So the whole goal for me is to get into the studio and start creating some work. So I'm hoping that after we get past this introduction day, that we will be officially underway and artists will be submitting content for you guys to view. Some of it's personal. We have a daily diary section where folks are going to tell you how they're feeling, what they're doing. We'll be striking up particular conversations on subjects that are pertinent to artists, and I think it's anybody could grab something from what the artists are willing to share in this environment. We'll also have some drop-ins every now and then with Charles Bibbs, who is my co-founder of the Creative Quarantine, and Rosemary Tracy Woods, who is, without her, this would not be happening. And so we're planning to have fun starting next week, starting actually tomorrow. We are still developing our broadcast schedule. Check us out on the Creative Quarantine Facebook page. Join that for us first, and then we'll try to post the schedule on the Creative Quarantine page. You can also see the update of our schedule on the Art for the Soul Facebook page as well. So we're waiting for a couple of artists. We're a little bit ahead of our interviews right now. We got some, let's see, we got Michelle Vigent, we got Sheba Maya, we got Kathleen DeQuince Anderson, and Sheldon Smith left. Just wanted to give you an overview of what's happening here. For those of you that are just tuning in, this is who and what we are planning to do. Yeah, y'all. That's what we all up. That's the whole lineup. We got 12 artists. Five, I think six of them are from the Springfield area. Six of them are from different regions of the country. We got somebody from Alabama, Texas, Richmond, Virginia, Colorado. Woo! They're from, and I gotta represent Baltimore, y'all. I'm sorry. So yeah, we are moving right through. You've been introduced to quite a few of the artists who are going to be participating in this next month of creative expression. I'm going to get ready to introduce you to one other person that's part of this group. Her name is Kathleen Anderson. She is a wonderful artist hailing from the Springfield area. And she'll give you some background about who she is. And I'm going to let her in the studio. And hello, Kathleen. How are you?
Yeah, I'm good. I'm good. So if you hear sounds in the background, it's the heating system in my studio kicking on.
No
There
problem.
are clinking sounds that people will hear in the background.
That's all right. You'll be fine because you're going to be filling that air with information. So we've been doing introductions all day to the 12 artists that are going to be participating in this event. I want to introduce you to Kathleen DeQuince Anderson. Please, Kathleen, tell us a little bit about your background and how you got interested in art.
Okay, well, I'm originally from St. Paul, Minnesota. That's where I grew up. That's where most of my family currently resides. And I say on my website that my mother was a gifted artist, and so I think I got it in the womb. I was a child in a daycare house, and my daycare mother taught me how to crochet when I was 4 years old. And then I was part of a program at our local YWCA called the Saturday Package. There, the Y introduced kids to all kinds of different crafts, and we had swimming lessons. But there I got into embroidery. And growing up, my neighbor across the street, my girlfriend lived across the street from me. And one day I was leaving her house, headed home, when her mother walked me to the door. And as I was walking out, her mom told me that she knitted her own sweaters and she sewed her own clothes. And in that instant, I decided that's what I was going to do. So this mother also registered me and my friend into a knitting class that was being offered by the Sears Roebuck Company at the time. So I've been knitting since I was about 13 years old and have grown up to continue to knit for myself. And I did some knitting tasks for a couple of yarn shops that I made sample sweaters for their shops. And at one point, I thought I'd wanted to learn how to throw pots. Well, growing up all those years, I was a nail biter. And it took me years to stop biting my nails. And finally, one day, I watched my aunt paint her nails and do this whole manicure system. And I that day stopped biting my nails, and I was able to grow them long, and I could paint nails and make them look really pretty. But in college, my sophomore year in college, I thought that I would sign up for a pottery class because I thought I wanted to work with clay. And the first day of class, that professor told us that if we had long nails, we would have to cut them. Well, I withdrew from the class that day and never thought about, I never thought about working with clay again. But apparently I did, because years later, decades later, in the 90s, a friend of mine introduced me to polymer clay. And I had never heard of polymer clay before, didn't know anything about it. But she gave me a package of polymer clay. So I went home and just started playing around with the clay, doing what occurred to me to do, which was basically just rolling it around in my hands and mixing the colors together and coming up with something. So I started making jewelry with a polymer clay, doing that kind of technique. And interestingly, people kept telling me how great the jewelry was. So I kept working with a polymer clay. And then one year I went on a walking pilgrimage. I learned about a friend who in Amherst who was organizing a pilgrimage to walk back to Africa. And I was just mesmerized by the idea. And I thought, well, I can do this. I had completed my master's degree in education and was sort of in between things. So I thought, well, I can take this walk. And I knew that there were people who would want to go on the walk but couldn't. And I decided I would walk for them. So I went on this long walking pilgrimage. And it was a pace of 20 miles a day. The group of us walked 25,000 miles across the United States, through the Caribbean, West Africa, and then into South Africa. 14 countries, 13 months. Well, when I got back from that journey, I was looking through my journal one year and saw an entry I made before leaving on the pilgrimage. It was my packing list. And on the list, I had socks, underwear, knitting needles, sewing needles, thread, jeans. I should take a pattern with me. And it let me know that being an artist wasn't something, or a maker wasn't something that I did, it's who I am. That those were my priorities, making sure that I had knitting needles, and it had to be a circular needle and not a straight needle, because the straight needles would be too cumbersome in the packet, in the luggage. So it let me know that being a maker, being an artist is who I am. And so I started working with polymer clay. Like I said, just doing what I thought to do with it. And then one day I was in the Barnes & Noble bookstore when a magazine showed up on one of the aisles. And it looked kind of interesting, but I didn't open it. And then I went next door to Walmart, and in the craft section, I walked past, there was this same magazine, and this time it was staring me in the face. It was like right in front of my face. So I picked up the magazine and I opened it up to an article about polymer clay. Now, interestingly, I had just returned from a spiritual retreat where I kept thinking, wow, I wish this was a polymer clay retreat. I wish this was a polymer clay retreat. I wish I could go to a polymer clay retreat. So I opened up this magazine to an article about these polymer clay artists. And at the end of the article was a notice about a polymer clay retreat that was taking place in Seattle, Washington. So I flew to Seattle, Washington to that retreat and met some of the big names in the polymer clay world, took some of their classes. And that just changed my whole approach to working with this medium. So you can see some of the pieces that I have created behind me on the wall, the neck pieces on the wall, and the heart boxes that I have begun to create. The heart boxes came as a result of a conversation I had with my dad's oldest sister, Margaret. And Aunt Margaret was a woman who really cared for her nieces and nephews. She didn't have her own children. She treated us like her kids, and I'm the oldest. And she would call me from Minnesota while after I had moved to Massachusetts, and every call we would have a chat. And one call, I told her I was making jewelry out of this material called polymer clay. And so she asked me to send her pictures. I said, okay, Aunt Margaret, I'll send you pictures. And every month she called, and every month she asked me to send her pictures. And every month I said I would do it, and I never did. And then one day my dad called to tell me that Aunt Margaret had passed away. So I decided that I would make her a neck piece. And in thinking about design specifically for her and who she was, it occurred to me that perhaps some of my cousins, my siblings and cousins, would have wanted to share some final thoughts to Aunt Margaret and didn't get a chance to. So I decided to make a box in the shape of a heart, and at her funeral, had everyone write their thoughts, their last thoughts. I said, we all would want to have shared something with Aunt Margaret and didn't get a chance to, or didn't do it. Here's our opportunity. And so people wrote their thoughts and remembrances to Aunt Margaret and placed them in the box. Well, and then we placed that box in her casket, so it is now buried with her. But her box laid flat, so a viewer had to stand over it to see that it was a heart. I wanted them to stand upright, so someone could put it on a shelf and see that it was a heart. And so eventually I figured out how to do that, and you can see the results behind me there. So I've been a maker since I was 4 years old. I don't know if I ever, when I started thinking about earning a living with polymer clay or with my artwork, I know that I did try sewing for other people and I couldn't do it. I would just get angry with myself for having agreed to take on a sewing project for somebody who was not me. And I think that all resulted from that decision that afternoon, leaving my friend's house when her mom told me that she knit her own sweaters and she sewed her own clothes. I worked retail for many years, I think as a result of a book I read once when I was a teenager. I believe the title of the book was Who's Minding the Store? It was about one of the major New York department stores, and it was really kind of intriguing to me. And one of the stores I managed was a fabric store where I learned that I'm a fabric junkie. And so I have piles of fabric. And one of the outcomes I hope to see, or I'm thinking about for this creative quarantine, is somehow incorporating the polymer clay with fabric in wall art rather than wearable art. Although it could be wearable art too, I'm not sure. But I'm thinking that one of the outcomes I want to see from this creative quarantine is doing some wall art rather than the wearable or functional art that I have been doing so far. So that's a little bit about me.
That's one serious journey. I'm still stuck on your pilgrimage to Africa. My feet hurt just hearing about the story. But we are glad to have you in this group. This is the first time we've incorporated clay artists. That's something we've been wanting to do for a while. We have one ceramicist and you, so that's going to be a wonderful pairing, and to see what you guys are able to create. What do you hope that you will gain from the quarantine?
Well, one of the things I'm hoping to work out through this quarantine is painting on polymer. Mm-hmm. I have never painted on polymer, and I don't think of myself as a painter, really. I don't draw or sketch so much. Even thinking about art piece or wearable piece, I don't usually sketch it out. I usually work it out with my hands. Mm-hmm. So I'm thinking a friend of mine works with polymer clay, and she paints on polymer clay. So with this upcoming quarantine, I thought, well, this will be an opportunity to do some experimental work painting on polymer clay.
Well, so, if you got a piece any size that you want me to experiment with, send it in the mail and we'll paint on it. Give you some ideas on how to get started.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, so I got paintbrushes. She gave me a list of tools and resources I should get. So I'm starting to acquire those. with my stipend. I got the paintbrushes. I've ordered the paint that she's suggested, and some of the other pieces of equipment that she suggested. So I'm looking forward to seeing what comes out of my hands with that.
Well, this is going to be a wonderful process. 30 days is a long time, and you'll get a lot of ideas of some other things to do. So
yes, yeah. So my aunt has a collection of mobiles, and while I was at home for my dad's funeral, I visited her house, and she showed me this whole collection that she had, and I thought, oh, that's what I can do during the creative quarantine, is to make these movable sculptures.
That would be exciting. I'm looking forward to see what you're able to create. I mean, again, we have so much talent in this group that it's just hard to fathom what we'll be able to create in the next 30 days. But I'm looking forward to see what you're able to do.
Yes, yes, I have a lot of someone, and I think it was Karen, but somebody earlier talked about all of the pieces and work that they have in boxes stored away that they've made a year ago or 3 years ago or 10 years ago. And so I have collections of things like that, beads that I could probably incorporate into the mobile. So I have a lot of pieces that early on in my polymer life, I felt like I was drugged with it. And I worked nonstop. I didn't want to stop to make food. So I had a bowl of nuts and bananas next to my workstation. So I didn't have to get up and move. I would work until 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning. So,
well,
I have
you sound like the perfect candidate for this project.
I'm also
bananas and nuts. I gotta try that because I have nuts all over the studio. You know, my favorite thing on planet Earth is I have to have a box of these near me. These are unsalted cashews.
Oh yes.
I need to buy me some bananas.
Also, like I said, I'm a knitter too. So I have stayed up all night with the mantra, just one more row. Just one more row. Just one more row. Just one more row.
I can imagine. Well, this is going to be a good way to exercise all of that. I want to thank you again for tuning in and introducing yourself to the audience. We're looking forward to see what you create and some of the conversations that come with that. So you have a great evening and a happy new year.
Thank you very much. I'm looking forward to it. Thanks for the invitation.
Take care.
I'm excited.
Bye now.
Okay.
Oh, so I don't know if y'all been keeping track, but my co-host, she's jumping from room to room. She went and laid down. She had cake. Her husband started snoring. She had to come to another room.
Yes. It was the snoring was going. The snoring was on. I was trying to go in between, and then my son had a young visitor that brought him a present, and she was just yeah. And I was like, okay, time to go back upstairs.
Well, we are moving right along, y'all. We got 12 artists we want to introduce you to. We have already gone through 9 of them. We have Michelle Vigent, who will be coming on around 6. We have Sheba Meyer, who will be coming around 6:30. And hopefully we can get Sheldon Smith on. He's last but not least.
So I'm going to bring up the rear. Sheldon bringing up the rear.
Now that you've had a chance to hear the first artist, what do you think?
This is going to be really amazing. This is going to be really just the energy that everybody has.
Everybody is ready to rock.
I know. And so I'm like, wow, this is really awesome. I'm so geeked up now. I'm like a kid in a candy store where it's like, and one of the things that I think it was Deborah
was talking about, you know, that, and you talk about too, it's that energy that artists have together. Being around other artists, because I remember people used to always say, well, Louise, why do you like going to art shows and things like that? And I was like, are you kidding me? It's like being around like-minded people. It's like the rest of, you know, being out here in the world is something we have to do, but being around artists is something we want to do. Right. And so it's like, you know, I always tell people, if it wasn't for my children, you probably would never see me. I probably wouldn't even enter into the world. Right. But because I have children, I have to go to like the teachers' meetings and meet other parents and chat with them. But the connection isn't the same. And not saying you can't have connection with people outside of the art world, because you can, but it is so different mentally. You know, it's just a mental difference, because when you meet artists,
mental and spiritual.
Right. Because when you connect with artists, I don't care what kind of artist it is, it doesn't take any work. There is no, it's not exhausting. It's not, you don't have to pump anything. It's almost like, you know how it is, like men, when men are around each other, they don't have to talk. They just have a relationship, and they could sit in a room and it's good. And it's like that with artists. It's like you can be around other artists and you don't necessarily, it's just like you said, you don't have to explain anything. You don't have to explain yourself. You don't have to be anything other than who you are. And that's the beauty. And that's what I'm feeling now with all of the artists. And even though it's like we're all in different spaces and we're all in different places, I'm already feeling the connection with everybody, you know, and I don't know any of these people. I mean, I walked in the room, I knew you and LaShawn. After that, everybody else is just like, who? And, you know, you're like, Louise, you have to learn all these names. And I'm like, well, somebody better print them out so I could just keep reading.
Well, no, you know what? Let me explain this to you. There are more artists out here than we ever thought.
Yes. Oh,
and Facebook, on my page. Facebook and Instagram proved that to us. We thought we were this special band of people. Every 50 people, there was one artist. No. We're like 2 out of 5.
Oh, when I did the Beauty of Blackness Fine Art Show, oh my gosh. Because remember, you were like, Louise, you guys got to get people and sending you friend requests. I have artists, musicians, you name it. I'm like, wow, nice work. Where'd this person come from? And, you know, I used to tell people all the time, the other reason I liked going to art shows is because there was no limit to creativity. I would walk in, there has never been an art show I have not gone to where I'm like, somebody made art out of that.
Right. I mean, that's, you know, a lot of times when artists get together, people start feeling like that's just something we talk about. But if you can go to a show and not be moved by what you see, I think something might be wrong with you. I really have to question that. We got a couple of comments. We got Lloyd Gregory, the artist Wade, part of the art family. How you doing, Mr. Wade?
Hey, Lloyd.
That's right, man. How things are going? We got
Kathleen was just
Kathleen was just. She must have put a message in earlier before she came.
Kathleen put that message in early.
We got Miss Heather Craig out there.
Heather, love you too.
We got Mr. Weldon Ryan. He says Happy New Year to you.
Oh, love Walden. Love his work.
Another fellow artist.
Yes.
We got S. Ross Brown, another wonderful artist out of Richmond, Virginia.
Hey there, Ross.
You got Mr. Bell. He's got thank you so much for tuning in. We're hoping that you guys will pass the word.
Nice.
And, we'll be on for the whole entire month.
Yes.
So pass the word around to your artist friends, your collector friends, or if you're just looking for some art education, this is the place to be. So we're hoping that, thank you, Eleanor Harris, talking about creative geniuses. Thank you so much, y'all. So that's what's up. We got people that are tuning in. They're already leaving their thoughts, and we want to encourage that throughout the show. If you got some things you want to say, and no matter what it is, we can handle it.
Tune in. Let us know. What is it? Rosemary.
What's that? Oh, is Rosemary still sending things on the side?
Rosemary's still sending things on the private chat over
Yeah.
here.
And you know, she's still checked into the studio, so she's.
I know, there she is. Look at her. She's ready to come back.
She's there. Look, she's sitting down. Let's go mess with her.
She ready to
I'm
come.
back.
I'm
ready. My grandson, come here, Hassan. My grandson then came through here.
Oh.
So
you got all kind of men flowing through that
oh,
ear.
listen, I did.
Rosemary got all kind of men flowing through her place.
That's right, man. Nice to see you. Happy New Year to you.
Happy New Year.
So yeah, you've met Nana, the artist, and well, you know everybody in the group so far. What do you think so far of the group we got?
I think it's awesome. I'm very, very, very glad. It's a nice mixed group. And hopefully with this, I hope more Springfield and local artists come out, because I tell them this is the opportunity of a lifetime.
Oh, yeah.
You send the call for artists out, and that's something else we need to have a conversation about. Filling out applications, doing what is required. And I think some artists just get a roadblock, but I tried to tell them, you have to do it, you know, or you're going to have to get RT was art consultant and someone.
You know what? The lottery came up with the best slogan. You got to play to win. And at some point, you got to be involved. So I think that's a good conversation that we can have throughout the week, Rosemary, is to break out these conversations and kind of talk about some of these things.
And being able to fill out that, because I know when I originally did the Beauty of Blackness Fine Art Show, I put it on Jury Art Services. I was going through and other places where, you know, Call the Artists were, and they were not. It was all pretty much word of mouth, sending it out to different places. And you're right. They definitely have to. It's like there's so much out there that we can apply for, but just do not.
And I think that it's a frustration. I mean, look at you, Rosemary. All the grants that have been available. You've been in this business for at least 25 years, 30 years, and ask yourself, how many grants have you actually been awarded with that amount of time? And as an artist here in Baltimore, despite all the art initiatives happening in Baltimore City, Larry Poncho Brown's never won a grant in Baltimore City.
Right. Yeah.
You know, so that's another issue. It's not just that artists are not applying. We don't talk about how much frustration they have from having attempted to apply.
Right.
It goes both ways.
Right. Well, yeah, it does. But, you know, it's like, I
think the internet has made people get kind of complacent. It gives them a false view of accessibility. And so I think that is driving artists to not apply to things as much as they used to apply.
Right.
But hopefully we'll open that dialogue up in the coming weeks. We got a couple interviews coming up a little later on. But for right now, we're going to introduce you to the artist one more time. For those of you that are just tuning in, and wait for one of our other interviews to come up. You know, we are going to be showing you a lot of things in the next couple of weeks. We'll also be showing you some of the past quarantines that we've done and the works that were created in those quarantines. So what I'm going to do right now, for those of you that are just joining us, because some of you have been here with us most of the day, not to be redundant, but I want to show you some of the creations from the 2007 quarantine. At least that way you can get an idea of what artists were able to create during that residency or retreat, that quarantine. So you can have an idea of what kind of experimental works can be created in that kind of space and time. That's right, y'all. This show is all about creativity. We've been talking all day and interviewing artists all day, letting you know the 12 artists that are going to be featured in the Creative Quarantine for the month of January 2021. We are all excited, geared up, ready to roll. As you can hear from the artists that have been interviewed earlier today, they are very enthusiastic, and we're hoping we can keep that moving throughout the 30 days. Feel free to tune in to Facebook, the Art for the Soul Gallery, and Facebook Creative Quarantine pages. That's where this show will be broadcast. We will also have a couple other broadcasting points throughout the weeks. So pay attention to those 2 Facebook pages to see what's happening. I'm going to get ready to bring Miss Michelle Vigent into the studio. She is one of the 12 artists. Hello, Michelle. How are you?
Good, thank you.
Michelle has been really trying to manage her world and her kingdom over there. Michelle is a wonderful artist. She is got a wonderful story. She has been, sometimes you get people in the group and you go, wow, is that a fit? Is that not a fit? She's a mother. She's a wife. She's she's on this show to dispel all the myths of you people that keep coming up with excuses for not being you and not doing what your dream is. I want to welcome you, Michelle. Please, Michelle, give an introduction to our audience and tell us a little bit about yourself and your background.
Hi there. My name is Michelle Vigent. I'm from Sunderland, Massachusetts. I actually started not as an artist, but in science. My degree and background is in science. My parents really, really discouraged art. Like in high school, I was only allowed to take one creative class, whenever you got to pick your classes. It was not allowed more than one creative class. They really discouraged it. Because you can't make money off of it. And I realized after working in a couple of laboratories that it just really wasn't it wasn't my thing. I love science, but the doing of the science was just not my jam. And a friend of mine invited me out to the convention scene because I've always loved art. I doodle on everything. Like all of my math, all of my science tests would always have doodles in all the margins. And my notebooks were more doodles than notes. And so I went to a convention. I think it was an anime convention, and it was amazing. I loved the scene. I loved making art. I loved making art for people. I loved having people look through my art. And I fell in love with being an artist, and I decided that that's really my calling. And I did everything that I could. I studied from books. I learned from other artists, took classes on YouTube, and even through Schoolism was the most formal I've gotten. And I finally had like a couple of solo shows, and that was really exciting. And yeah, this is definitely the path that I want to pursue. I'm a dabbler, so I don't really, I struggle picking one medium, has been a big thing for me. I do acrylic and watercolor. I love oils, but I'm really sensitive to the smells and whatnot, so it's just not an option for me. But I find that over the past 10 years, mediums have significantly evolved. So is my art. Acrylics can now mimic a lot of the properties of other mediums, and I definitely try to run with that. And having a kid was a surprise, I will say. My kid is in kindergarten. Their name's Gabriel, and they use they, them pronouns, just so that that's not confusing. And I was supposed to be infertile. I actually have endometriosis, and it was a real shock to find out that I was pregnant. Completely unexpected, and I was always ambivalent to being a mom. I was not pro or against. I just thought if it happened, it happened, and it did happen. And I was at a shock. I thought that having a pack and play was the extent that I needed to plan for. Because I was like, oh, I'll be an artist while I raise a baby. How hard could it be? I have a pack and play. Yeah, no, that's not how it works. I would do things like I'd have to put the baby on my back and wear Gabriel while I painted, if I wanted to paint at all, which was in tiny amounts. I actually have one ink drawing that I'd done where I did, can't remember the word for it. It's when you do little patterns and you just fill the space with patterns. And every single time the baby cried, which was never more than 15 to 30 minutes, I would have to change pattern. And this was at night, mind you. This is not like me during the day. This is when my kid is supposed to be down sleeping. My kid was a very poor sleeper. And I call that, frustration. So you have this beautiful picture of a fox filled in with tons of different patterns, and each pattern is like one block of time. Because being a mom, I would definitely describe my time as time confetti. You have to get the art in the little bits and pieces that are broken up, whether it be sitting at a bus stop or in the car. I would carry a watercolor palette and watercolors, and I would paint on my steering wheel while my kid was napping in the back. And that was, how I got art done. I also stayed up late, and I wouldn't recommend that because you do need sleep as a human being. Kind of go crazy without it. And I think that's really where I'm at. I'm just excited to be here. I'm excited to be around other artists. And when I applied, the idea of having time that's dedicated to art was like the biggest thing. I talked to my husband about it, and he was like, you know what, we'll make it happen. Because the idea of being locked away doing nothing but art is like my dream right now. I can't hear you.
You're in a great environment. I was just listening to your story, and I'm just like, we need examples of what you're talking about, what you're trying to express. We got people from all different walks of life, all different types of backgrounds, all different age groups, and you bring another factor into this too. So it's going to be nice to work together and collaborate together. What do you hope to achieve by being involved with the quarantine this year?
Honestly, I really want to learn from other artists, partly to really start developing a kind of a work, being able to sit down for longer periods of time and working. My kid's now in kindergarten, and with COVID, there's been remote schooling, but there will be longer stretches of time. And honestly, I'd really like to get some discipline in the studio of like getting work done and working through that. It doesn't have to be perfect, because perfectionism is one of my big enemies.
I understand. And you'll find that when we finish this process, you'll find that we have more in common than not. Time management is always an issue. Juggling family is always an issue. Women deal with different things. That's why I'm glad we got about 6 artists, women artists in this program. We're going to have discussions about that. I'll have you all come into the room and talk about what it is to be a woman in this market and trying to do the things that we do. I'm hoping that we'll use this as an education point and be able to have some fun at the same time. Yeah.
I realized I'm surprised I forgot to mention as part of my story is I was actually diagnosed with fibromyalgia a few years ago. Mm-hmm. And that actually really affected how long I've been able to work. But we've got it under control with exercise and whatnot. And so it's really exciting to feel like this is something I can do.
Well, I think when you listen to the stories of the 12 artists that's here, everybody's got something. I was diagnosed with cancer 3 years ago and am surviving with that. And so hopefully that's the kind of stuff we can touch on and articulate to people who may be part of that same story. So I really appreciate you being involved. Thank you for your introduction. And I'm looking forward to seeing what you create this year.
Thank you.
All right.
Look forward to work with you.
Take care now. Mm-hmm. So where's my partner in crime? Say hi to Louise.
Hanging out. Hey, girl, how you doing?
How you doing, Michelle? Say hi to Louise.
I am so excited to have you, Michelle. I think this is going to be so much fun.
This is the mama and family.
It's the mama, because I have kids too. And Pancho keeps like, oh, but your kids are older. But they
your kids older.
I hear it's harder to have teenagers sometimes.
Her children have beards.
And I have artistic children, which means that artistic children are very emotional. So I have to have that time. I have to be able to, they're like, Mom, it's like, I can't just skip out on them. It's just like I told Pancho, I was running up and down the stairs because we have, we did our last night. And this morning was Mom has to sit out. We have to do the crab legs and we have to do the cake. And they got up late. But I still had to fulfill my duty, and we had to put on a Christmas movie. So when Pancho saw me down there, I was down there being Mom, Christmas movie on, crab legs is all eating our cake and having some tea,
Hey, we're all going to be able to learn something through this process. I'm going to probably be in a position that Charles, if you listen to Charles's presentation earlier, he said that he has never really truly been quarantined because he always had other responsibilities while they were going on. I've always had other responsibilities too when doing these because often we try to do all the imaging and the documentation and videos and keeping the media where it's supposed to go. I'm glad I got my my partner in crime over here, Miss Louise, who can help me sort through some of that. And we got Sheba Meyer, who'll be coming on soon, who's going to help us with the graphics. But I'm hoping that I am able to fully quarantine because right now I would have been painting all day.
I tried to make some of that happen, but I didn't. I was trying to move around.
All right, Michelle. We just want to thank you for tuning in, and we will talk to you later in the week.
And thanks for sending that link, Michelle. Thanks for sending that link.
Oh yeah.
All right, take care now.
All right, take care.
So we are waiting for our next person, Sheba Maya, who's going to be interviewing soon.
And then we have, so it's Sheba and Sheldon.
Sheba and Sheldon, and they will wrap up the show. I hope you all, if you got any questions out there, feel free to comment. We'll take those and post them online so folks can see what's happening. Tell your friends to share the show on their pages. If you know artists that are curious about the life of an artist or being an artist or the aspiration of being an artist, have them tune in. If you are a collector and want some more insight to what is involved with the creative process, tune in, tell your friends. If you are just interested in art, basic, tune in. We will have a lot of information for you in the next 30 days. How often do you get to tune in? 30 days. Today's show, we started at 2:00. We'll probably wrap up about 7. I think that's probably the time frame we're going to broadcast every day. We might have some days that go longer. We may have some days that go for 24 hours. Just try to keep track of our schedule on the Creative Quarantine page and the Art for the Soul page on Facebook. And we will also be announcing some other locations where you can see and check out these shows.
That's right.
And hopefully, starting tomorrow, you will start seeing some creations. I already finished 2. I finished 2 last night. And I'm going to finish 1 tonight before I leave the studio. So I want to be on.
I'm going to finish 1 too. I laid out some stuff so that I can start working because I want to start working on. You see, I put my jacket on.
You're looking fly. Everybody's looking fly, but I'm going to have the house clothes on tomorrow.
I know. No, I threw this on after we talked this morning, and I was like, "Oh, well, let me throw something on if I'm going to be on the air." And this was hanging on the back of this chair. So I was like, "Okay, this kind of stuff make everything look good." So I didn't change or anything. I still have on pajama bottoms and everything.
We got our person that's hiding in the queue again. She's smiling at the screen.
I know she is just smiles.
Look at her trying to straighten her crown.
Have to give me a crown.
Y'all better hurry up.
As long as you hide in that queue, I'm going to bring you on the screen.
I know she's up there with her crown on, and she's just.
I told her if she doesn't want me to pull her in the show, she's got to take the crown off. So
got to take the crown off. So she must want to be on the show.
That's right.
Want to be on the show.
All right, Louise. Well, we got so far 10 of 12. We got another interview happening shortly.
Well, share with us about our sponsors down there, Rosemary. Let us share a little bit about our sponsors.
Okay, so
did Rosemary turn herself off?
Yes, she did. You muted yourself.
All right, there you go. Come on, Rosemary.
So we want to once again thank Mass Development. Everyone go online, look up Mass Development, look at the TDI Catalyst grant is open. Your letter of interest or your letter of intent is due on January 7th. And also the Springfield Cultural Council, that application has closed, but we're always here for you. So folks, you can check with Valley Creates. We also have some grants, and that's through the Community Foundation. You have Mass Mocha. There's so many resources out there. You just have to apply. But we want to truly thank Mass Development for funding this opportunity for 12 artists. And we hope that Springfield will be the pilot program and it will continue and move forward.
Well, thank you, Rosemary Tracy Woods. Rosemary, what you got happening at the house tonight on New Year's Day? I know we got you staring at the screen all day. Are you all right?
Listen,
We got you binge watching already?
I'm telling you. Billy is up at the reservation, so I'm here, and I'm going to probably, when I finish with you, take off my crown, take off these clothes, and pick up a book. And it's none other than President Obama.
Oh, cool.
Yeah,
Very
I got
cool.
that as a Christmas gift. But have I shown you my socks?
Yeah, but this is a family show.
Okay.
Rosemary, unless you're trying to pay some money.
Hey, Rosemary, all I'll say is you're allowed to wear them. You just can't describe them.
Wear them. I can't describe them.
Rosemary, you'll be putting her foot up.
I'm going to put my foot up on the deck.
Rosemary, we're trying to keep everybody on the show.
Okay.
That's right.
All
right, Rosemary. We know we had to bring you in the room.
Okay. Well,
if we don't see you again, you have a good night.
You
love those socks, though.
All right, y'all. So we're just right now, we're winding down the show. We're waiting for 2 more interviews to go. I'm going to show you a couple of things, and then we're going to take a small little break. Matter of fact, we're going to take a small little break right now. All right, y'all. Louise Cutler is on the blink out. She's got her microphone off. We are just about to let Sheba Maya in the studio.
There's Sheba. She got us some new glasses today.
You know,
I'm just
Sheba,
done with you, Sheba. Just done.
Sheba's got her thing going on. I want to pull her back into the studio. Hello, Sheba Maya.
I can see.
We have been giving introductions all day long to the 12 artists featuring in the Creative Quarantine for 2021 in Springfield. You are one of the wonderful additions to our group. We want to let everybody have. We are honored to have you as part of this group. Everybody's done a very great job of introducing themselves to the audience so folks can know who they are and what moves them and what to expect. And so we're going to give you the floor and have you introduce yourself and your work to the audience. And I'm introducing to you Miss Sheba Maya.
Hi, I'm Sheba Maya. I'm originally from DC, but I've been based in New York since 2009. And I've been a working artist. I've been a working artist my whole life. I think I've been hustling my art since I can remember. So, but currently I'm known for my work in Afrofuturism and Black comics, Afro fantasy. I specialize in character art and portrait art, especially. That is illustrative and fantastical, a lot of goddesses and magical things like that. And yeah, I've been doing a lot of things. I don't even know where to start on my resume. Like I've been doing a lot of things over the last 10 years, but I'm really moved to share my passion with as many people as possible. You know, that's my mission. Oh no, did I lose you?
There I am.
I see you. Okay.
No, we always got to go through a little bit of technical stuff with this. This is a very organic show.
Just in the matrix, okay?
Yeah, you look fantastic. Everything is fine. Are you? What do you hope to accomplish with this quarantine?
Oh, so many things. So many things. Well, one, I want to spend this time working on things that I have put off for over a year. And it's a lot of stuff that people aren't familiar with. People know me for my digital art, my illustrative work, and I'm really interested in a lot of different disciplines. Behind the scenes, when I'm not illustrating and I'm not on Instagram and Facebook, I like to make paper. I like to bind books. I like to make collages and work in mixed media in all sorts of ways. And I've had to take a step back because the illustration was taking off and, you know, had to eat. So I took some time off and now I get to explore those things again, incorporate my illustrations with it. And it's just a calling, like something is really pulling me to just like stop for a second and focus on experimenting in these spaces. So now I have this platform to experiment in these spaces, as well as collaborate with artists that I admire, some I've never heard of before, and I'm getting to know. And I'm excited to kind of break from this isolation. I'm excited to experiment and explore some new and exciting things. And I'm excited to share a new version of myself as an artist with my audience.
Those are all really fantastic reasons to be involved with something like this. Hopefully you had a chance, and if you haven't, listen to Mr. Bibbs' words earlier today. He came on as my co-partner and our co-founder and explained our very first quarantine, what we got from it, and how it changed his perspective of how artists work together. I'm looking forward to that too. You're also going to be part of the team that's going to help us visualize what we're doing. So I'm really excited about that. What would you say was your biggest challenge right now being an artist?
My biggest challenge right now being an artist, I mean, I think 2020 was just a challenge all the way around, like just getting reoriented to all this craziness. All of the craziness, the COVID, the protests, the elections, those three topics actually had me exhausted. And it was really hard to know how to address, like how to filter and navigate my personal message, which was spiritual and really kind of ethereal, and this like kind of dismal, doom-filled paranoia. And I had a really hard time reconciling that. I had a hard time dealing with my the surprise of, I thought that, you know, I'm an introvert, like, oh, I work inside all the time, you know, and then like, oh wait, no options, no balance, no contact with my friends, all the things I was doing, everything I wanted to do is just like, nope, nope, nope. And that was really difficult to like find a space to like feel motivated to create, you know?
Yeah, the only solid side I have in the process is that I wasn't alone, and that everybody was kind of having to process it. And I had to remind artists, because a lot of artists were calling me and they were venting about what they were feeling and what they were going through. And I was like, we're so isolated that we believe that this is only happening to us.
Right.
This is global, man. This is big.
Yeah.
This is huge. We can't even comprehend how huge this is.
Right.
We're not the only ones isolated. See, the funny thing is, artists are so isolated that we have been quarantined long before this COVID.
Right.
It was willful.
Right. I mean, lockdown ain't no
we were
thing.
isolated. We worked by ourselves. We were comfortable in our own skin, and then all of a sudden, somebody says, "Oh, but you can't leave your house." And we went like, "Huh? Oh, I can do that."
Right. I know that.
Now you got to stay 6 foot apart. Oh, I can do that.
Don't touch me, right?
You got to stay home and stay off the streets. Well, I got something to do. Now,
I never get bored.
and then all of a sudden you realize, well, I'm a human being. I get lonely. I need to touch. I need to feel. I need to connect. I need these things.
And experience, right? Like you need memories and experiences.
Exactly.
And just to not have that was just, the imbalance of that was really
and see, I don't know where you are. Normally, I have not been able to paint as much this year because despite all of the craziness, I was actually busier this year than I've been the last 5 years. But I haven't been able to spend time in the studio. So I'm looking forward to just pulling the black curtain around my head for a minute and just getting some work done. So
barrel down, yeah.
So that connectivity thing is real. And that's something that we lose by doing it virtually. But I think we can fill that in by how we connect to one another in between doing what we're doing.
I agree. And there's something about like the collaboration kind of fills that gap a little bit, right? Mm-hmm. Because I mean, it adds to the connectivity. It's not just a phone call. It's not just a FaceTime. Now we're exchanging spirit. Now we're exchanging like real energy. And I mean, that's the closest you can get to a hug or like human contact, I think, is sharing that experience and creativity and that exchange of that like real special kind of, spirit, energy.
Well, we learned through this process that creativity is it's a spiritual aspect that's shared, it's contagious. It's a bunch of other things. The question now is, do you need to be in the same room to do that? Well, we've dispelled that myth already with this group because LaShawn, Charles Bibbs, and myself did the first virtual quarantine where we were in 3 different states. We just made the commitment to work for 3 weeks straight, and we were still mailing work in. And at that point, we may have put a couple of phone calls in, but we still weren't connecting like we have the capabilities of being able to connect here. So all I'm saying is that, hey, with everything bad comes something good. I'm looking forward to seeing what you're able to create and the things you're able to do in this session. We're glad you're part of the group.
I'm excited.
Good. I mean, I started working last night. I started at like 9 last night and painted through the new year to make sure I was in the right groove. Of course, we've been broadcasting all day. So here I am itching because I've been painting all day.
Are you ready to fall over yet?
Find a happy medium between what we're trying to do to expose the work to people and my actual work. So I got to get myself in some sort of, that's the only thing I'm concerned about at this point.
Yeah. I'm just like, maintain your health through this whole thing. Like, cause it's not like, overdoing it, but still like pushing yourself to produce and meet your vision. So I
Well,
don't fall out in the middle of this thing.
I feel like this is a wellness kind of a project anyway. You know,
Yeah.
most of us, Sheldon said he's going to do a partial fast. Everybody's going to be doing a little something to, you know, hopefully increase your creativity, and what you do in your lifestyles every day affects that too. So those are some of the things we're going to be having conversations on and sharing. Everybody's got a little something that they've been working with. And that's what we're going to hopefully be able to do.
Yeah, I'm really looking forward to it. I can't even, I'm jumping out of my skin about this. Even the stress of it. Like I was working on some things today. I was like, oh, this isn't coming out right. And I was like, oh, but that's part of the process. Embrace it.
Exactly.
You know, just embrace it and let it happen.
Yeah, because we have this, some of us have this perfectionist thing. And then a friend of mine added to that sentence once and said, perfectionist to your own detriment. And so I try to make sure I don't get to that point where I'm just not being productive at all, and let it flow. And let it flow is the whole thing.
Yeah, I have to let it go, because, you know, the difference between what I'm doing in experimentation now and in the past is no one was watching. It's like when you're dancing and no one's watching.
Right.
I'm getting down, okay? All the way down.
Right.
But when I know that, it's like, oh, should this be like, oh, wait.
That's it. It's like just being in your real space. That's one of the things that Pancho and I talked about, because we were going to clean up our spaces. And one of the things that I just was telling people is like, you know what? This is the raw me. This is like up close and personal, uncut. You know, this isn't coming into my studio during the studio art tour. This isn't coming into my studio during the, oh, you're coming to buy art. You want to come and just see art. This is coming into my studio with me creating in my studio. This is, you're coming to see who I am. And that, you know, and it's like, you're going to see me some days, I'll still have my pajamas on.
Well, I mean, the funny thing is, that's what this is. This is reality. This is reality of what the creative process is, and dispelling the myths that people have. And most people don't have a clue anyway. You know,
I know. When I talked to Pancho this morning, I'm like, I'm going to be behind the scenes. Girl, I was looking just myself, and I told Pancho I had this on the back of the chair and I threw this on. Everything was good.
Well, I'm sure it's going to get real starting tomorrow.
So I'll be having this on my chair.
Well, what I did was I did a nice little video of my messy studio, and it will get posted tomorrow. It's part of my experience. And I'm hoping everybody else is going to do the same thing. Just let it hang out and create.
Yeah, I can see myself letting go in my video diary already. Like, first one is just, okay, keep it together. And then the second one's like, listen.
Look, if somebody don't have some tears shed in one of our videos, I ain't saying fake it, but I'm going to be like, you know, this movement, this moment is just so moving.
You know, I'll probably be, and that's the thing. I think that, I feel a lot misunderstood. Like people think I am like my artwork. People think I am the characters I create.
That's reality. That's reality.
And so it's. I think it'd be kind of interesting to share all the agony in between.
Exactly. Well, that's the thing. The duality. Like if you paint certain types of images, people think that's you.
Yeah.
And then here you are, you're painting heroes and heroines and all this mystical stuff, and you might be part of that and might not be part of that.
Might not be. I mean, my work is pretty peaceful and quiet, and Lord knows I'm not peaceful or quiet. My husband.
You know, I feel like my artwork facilitates my peace. It helps.
But it does, and that's just it. It's when people would come into my space, I would tell them, I said, that's the point of the work. The work is to create that peace, to create that quiet. I was just telling my husband the other day, I said, if the house isn't where it's supposed to be, it's hard for me to create that. And that's just, it's like our surroundings sometimes dictate what we create. I used to tell people, they're like, oh, Louise, you do some really nice couples and all that kind of stuff. I say, you know, what's funny is that I can only do couples if me and my husband are like doing well.
How about that?
I said, and then when you see single people, we might have had a moment.
and then for every artist, that's different. You know, it's one of those kind of things. It's just funny.
You see that single woman or that man in his tranquil state all by himself, and it's called tranquility. He's trying to get away.
You're killing me. That's so funny. That's
all right, y'all. Well, thank you so much, Ms. Sheba, for introducing yourself to everyone. Mm-hmm. We're looking forward to see what you're able to create in this next 29 days.
I can't wait to share. Looking forward to it.
Yeah, so we'll be talking to you, and we'll get ready for our last presentation for the evening. Happy New Year, Sheba Maya.
Happy New Year.
Happy New everything.
All right, everybody. So today you met 11 of the 12 artists that are going to be part of Creative Quarantine Springfield. You met the owner of Art for the Soul Gallery, Ms. Rosemary Tracy Wood.
Yes.
You see she's a wonderful partner. You heard from Mr. Charles Bibbs, my co-partner and a co-founder with Creative Quarantine. We are ready. Everybody is eager and ready to go. We had one more interview with Mr. Sheldon Smith tonight, but he's got some other commitments. We will probably introduce him to you tomorrow. Mm-hmm. We got to keep things moving, y'all.
Got to keep it moving. I want to get to do some art today.
That's right. Right now, we are all itching like crackheads to get to this table and start working. I can tell you that I worked a little bit last night. Did a couple little abstract faces. I think I'm gonna work on another one tonight.
I
So
know.
we're going to
Poncho
get ready to
Forte is a
sign off.
workaholic.
Until tomorrow, we will be posting on Facebook at Art for the Soul Gallery and on Creative Quarantine the schedule for the week. Our schedule may be pretty organic as we get started and build some momentum into this so we can know how long. We have some shows that might be 4 hours. We might have some that might be 12 hours. So
Right, go all day long.
It's going to depend on how much work the artists are doing and how much content's created during that period of time.
Right.
We encourage you to continue to ask questions, send questions in. If you put comments in the comment section, we can actually post those on the screen. Do we have anything hiding out there?
I don't think we have anything new. I think I posted everything.
Okay, well, I'm going to give you an example of what you can see. This is from Heather Craig. She love you all. We're going to
love you, Heather.
We have the ability to put your comments right on the screen, which also means if you have questions you want to direct to any particular person, we are able to do that. So we're going to try to use this technology to assist us with informing you. We thank you for tuning in with us today, and stay tuned the next 30 days. We have nothing but creativity coming your way. That's what this whole thing is about, creativity, understanding what it is.
We have nothing but time.
That's right. So until then, y'all, we are about to sign off. We're going to hit you one more time with what we're about to do, and we will see you guys.
All right. Look at Rose here down there. Smile.